in Belmont Park, opening day, of course, September the 18th. We'll have live coverage today from Horseshoe Indy as well, but all week long we'll be remembering this racetrack, how special it's been to our sport. And if you can make it out this weekend, we would love to see you. There's going to be a lot going on. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun things planned for the weekend. The Caribbean Day Festival on Saturday with music, rum tasting. I'm on the Late Show. Actually, I think I'm out with Lafitte, so I'll be drunk when I show up with Lafitte. I think if you're allowed to drink on closing weekend, I hope so, because, we'll see what happens.
It's mandatory.
And then, of course, Sunday, a big day as well, and, the first 1,000 people getting dirt. I believe both days you need to buy admission in advance. They're going to have to cap attendance. It's not that big here, but hope people can come out and say farewell. We've had a lot of people come in the last couple of weeks. And we're sad to leave Aqueduct, but extremely excited for what lays ahead for New York racing.
Future's very bright. We're all excited about it, but we are going to certainly miss, as you've seen these features over the last few months we've been showing. This place means a lot to us, and it'll be sad to see it go, but very excited about the future. Early feature on our show today. We have a pick six carryover of $139,000. This will be leg 2 of the sequence. Starts the late pick 5. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass, where Leslie's Humor comes back for her first start of her 5-year-old campaign for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and she is the horse to beat in this race. But, even this race, and I think maybe this one is, at least on paper, a little bit less competitive than some other races. But we have a pick 6 carryover, and I think if you glance at the card, you go, oh, the fields aren't huge. I think it's probably manageable, and I think it's highly likely the pick 6 will be hit. And I think Leslie's Humor is probably one of the ones that people will lean on a little bit in the sequence. But, man, there are some very, very wide-open races in this sequence.
Good luck. If you are going after it, you said this when we were on the handicapping show earlier, get some friends together and build that budget up so you can get some more coverage. Fast and firm here in New York as we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Horseshoe Indy coverage, races 1 through 6. They are muddy on the main track, good on the turf where the rail is out 24 feet. And they have about 68 minutes until they get started with that coverage out there in that opening race. We're much closer, 8 minutes away from our first race on the card, which will be at a mile and 3/16 over the outer turf. As we have a maiden special weight to kick things off. Starts the early pick 5. We mentioned that pick 6 carryover to play as well. You can do so at Naira Bets. Match 200. Code to use at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match new sign up bonus. And play with us today, all summer long and beyond, right there at NairaBets.com. Let's head downstairs and bring in the Mig. Richie Migliore, great to see you on special week here as we close things out at the Big A.
Yeah, guys, I'll keep this real tight, too. As riders are getting up, they're going to head out to the track. But a standout from a physical perspective is the 3, Stand the Rain. Very unlucky in her turf debut last fall. I thought she was best that day, ran out of room the last 16th of a mile, making a really nice impression. Does have that race on the dirt under her belt. That will be my top selection, number 3, Stand the Rain. Chad Brown has a couple in here, Consensus View. Not a very big filly, daughter of Frankel. Looks really good, though. Like the way she looks, her hind end rounded out. She looks strong, just not the biggest individual, more of a diminutive type. As is the 6, Mary Lois, who is, taking all the money, comes off of 2 really good efforts. She's not what I think of when I usually think of a typical Chad Brown horse. Now, we know Pretty is as Pretty does in this game, but she doesn't have much of a hind end. She's really on the small side and just doesn't look as physically imposing as you'd like to see going a mile and 3/16. But that may just be her, and like I said, Pretty is as Pretty does.
Mig, thank you. Here's our post parade. Long shot here at 50-1 to kick us off.
Yeah, this one has been on the turf and not run effectively. Wonder if mile and 3/16 be too far anyway.
First on the grass. Prime connection for Lena Rice.
Wish there was a little bit more pedigree, and there really isn't.
Wow, Stand the Rain, 8-1 right now.
Yeah, the board is skewed by the 6 being 1-5. I think it's highly unlikely the 6 will be 1-5, and I think this horse, along with the 4 and probably 5, come down.
Consensus View, first-time starter for Chad Brown, a Frankel filly.
Well, they're betting on the other Chad Brown and completely ignoring this firster. Do it at your own risk.
Chartist at 7-1. It's Miguel Clement, was just second against a first-out winner at Delaware.
I don't think this horse is impossible. Probably has to improve a bit, but not impossible.
And this one, even money morning line 1-5. You would think this would even out at some point. Chad Brown runner, start number 3.
The betting right now is saying a couple of things. Saying the other Chad Brown can't run, right? Because they're not betting a nickel on that one. I'm just saying what the betting looks like.
No, it's
I'm not
true.
saying what I'm doing. I picked the race 3, 4, 6, and I know you I think you picked the 4 as well.
I did.
Mary Lois ran fine last time, but she didn't run great. I think it looks better on paper than it was. The winner's okay. She came back and justified it. But here's a race. Now, I know sometimes it seems like horses making inside moves in the turf. The outside runners do better, and maybe down inside wasn't the best place to be. And maybe this race is still good enough to win. But, man, she got a very, very juicy trip in here, and she just wasn't really gaining at the end.
Saved every inch of ground all the way around the racetrack. And yes, it was off the bench, about 6 months away, but it was her second start. And to be this kind of price, and even to be even money in here where it looks like some others have ability, yeah, that is awfully short. Pick 5 starts here, and it looks like just about everybody's going to single this one to start it off. Meanwhile, the 3.
Yes. I don't understand why the 6 is like an automatic winner here. Maybe she'll win, and we'll say afterwards, well, we just tried to get smart. But I don't know. I think there's some things to like about Stand the Rain.
So here's Stand the Rain. The turf start, and it was her only turf start, was back on October 26th, Belmont and Aqueduct. What'd you like about this?
Well, I like the fact that I'd like to think that Jamie Rodriguez, who didn't ride this day, will not allow her to get completely shuffled out of the race. And this is also a 6-horse field. So how much can she get shuffled out? I think that Savachi just didn't allow her to be in the race. And yeah, I mean, at that point, you're obviously saving ground. You know, you're going to be able to do some running at the end. But even so, as they got to this point, you're going to see her running, and he's going to have to sort of put the brakes on, which I think actually cost her 4th right here in there, as there just wasn't much room. And I just don't like these horses trying to pick their way through traffic, and I'm hoping with a cleaner trip. And I thought that effort was good enough to compete here. How much worse than that was that race on a speed figure standpoint than the race that Mary Lois ran last time?
This is wild.
It's very strange. They're like I said, the 3, 4, 5 are going to come down a bit as the 6 mitigates, but they're betting it like a 1-horse race, and you and I don't see it that way. And I don't think Richie sees it that way either.
Yeah, we're going to get to Mig right now. This is wild, Mig. We're approaching 2 minutes to post, and the 6 right now just being massively overbet, but maybe she'll run to those numbers.
Well, and again, agreeing with you guys, I'm not going to be surprised when, the 6 Mary Lois wins, or if she wins, but I prefer the 3 Stand the Rain. And, I handicap a lot different than you guys do. I look at horses physically, and then I try to match up what I've already handicapped on paper. So Stand the Rain was already obviously a major player to me. I thought she should have won last October, going 1 mile and 3/16 here on the turf, and was unlucky, kind of ran out of room late, but was still trying to finish and has that race under her belt. And she just looks best as well. So Mary Lois, again, I'm not as familiar with her. I'm not trying to be harsh. She's got an incredible pedigree. She does seem a little one-pace to me. And she's just not a horse that screams to grab your attention. She just doesn't look great. Most of Chad Brown's horses look unbelievable. They jump off the page with you. She's small. She doesn't have much hind end on her. Again, I'm not trying to be harsh. I just prefer the 3 between looks and what I see on paper. And Stand the Rain, again, I think she shouldn't be a maiden already. She should have won last October, guys.
And thank you, Mick. Now that number started to come down at least a little bit, 5-2, but still wild how much this 6 is taking attention on the board at 2-5 here to kick off this pick 5.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's still about 3 minutes or so until the horse leave the gate, but I think both of us, we did the pre-race show, and she was like 1-4, and we both said, well, time she'll be even money or so, like the morning line. I'll be honest, I get the morning line wrong any time. I might have said even money seemed too short. I was wrong. I was right. It was wrong. It was too high.
Yeah.
I don't see it, but maybe sometimes, bettors have information. Maybe they know. And I've never asked Chad Brown about consensus view. She could be a future stakes winner. She could be slow with no chance. Maybe people sort of know she can't run. They're betting it like it. But I'm going to go back to the first race at Monmouth on Saturday, where there was a Klarovich Firster for Chad Brown that took absolutely no money. There was another Chad Brown that took much more money. There was a heavy favorite in the race. And the first-time starter paid $10.80 and won like a good thing. So they're not always right, whoever they are.
Meanwhile, the pick 5 pool approaching $250,000. The next race seems pretty wide open. I guess the 5, 6, and 7 sort of the main players in there, but others could win.
Right. You and I are more 5-7, 7-5.
Race 3, that starts that pick 6 carryover, but that race wide open.
I'm betting on the 4 Mia Sophia, but she's not exactly a horse you're going to be leaning on significantly in multi-race sequence. That race, to me, is wide open. A lot of people go to the firster, which I know you did, Nina Lee, but who knows? I guess Leslie's Humor. I like Ready to Jam. You preferred Leslie's Humor. They looked like the right 2 in there. I guess if I was going to go thin, I probably would there. And now the 3 is down to 7-2, a more realistic price. And you can lean on the Flightline firster in the 5th race, but I got to tell you, first-time starter races are scary races, and so far, no flight lines, and there have only been a few, have won in America, North America. One did win in Japan, but a couple went down at short prices at Churchill.
Yeah, but we're expecting to see the unleashing of these flight lines all summer long at Saratoga.
Keisha said that Miguel has one, I think, hopefully for opening day at Saratoga, or at least that weekend.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll see, what'd you say, 124?
124 registered 2-year-olds at Flightline.
So, Flightline's obviously pretty tired.
Yes,
He's
indeed.
really, he's earning all that money. I hope they're giving him some of it.
Of course.
I imagine they're treating him pretty well. What do you think?
The one standout that went for $10.5 million.
Yes. No, they've gone for a lot of money, and there's, you know, I always wonder about spending that kind of money for a new stallion. You know, and sometimes the ones that end up being the good ones are the ones you didn't really expect. You know what I mean? I don't think Gunrunner shocked anybody, obviously surprised how good he was. But look at Early Voting, who was basically couldn't breed his first year, and now he's turning out to be, I think he's so far like the leading 2-year-old sire so far, but it's very early.
Here we go. If you can beat this 1-2 favorite early on in this pick 5, could be very profitable with not an easy sequence the rest of the way. Closing in on $300,000 in this pick 5 pool, 1-2 on 1 of 2 for Chad Brown in this opening race on the card. There she is. Start number 3, Mary Lois with Flavian Pratt. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started.
And they're off. Chartis broke smartly from the outside, and in the early mixes, Prime Connection. These two knock heads early, but it's going to be Chartist with a neck in front. Prime Connection will not let that leader get away, and now comes right back to take the lead. Is very keen. So Prime Connection, Jose Lescano, forwardly placed, one of the front, and will get there as they move into the turn. Chartis is a close-up second. Quick 3.5, almost 4. Back to Miel Escitron, ground-saving journey in third. Is followed by the favorite in the orange cap. That's Mary Lois. And just having to steady briefly was the gray, Stand the Rain. The early trailer, Consensus View. They get set to work to the backstretch and a more relaxed Prime Connection in front. Posted opening quarter mile was 23.77. Prime Connection trying to slow things down. Still a little keen now and pushing the tempo to the outside is Chartist, and these two have gone at it early. Mary Lois is now taken third as to the outside of still ground-saving Miel Escitron, and the two at the back Stand the Rain and Consensus View through a 49.90. Half-mile time, Prime Connection and Chartist. They continue to go at each other. Chartist in that stalking position for Dylan Davis now gets the cue. Some encouragement into the far turn with less than a half mile to go. The sprint is on early as Mary Lois is now claiming third once again. All in Miel Escitron. Here comes Stand the Rain, and Stand the Rain. Jamie Rodriguez on a move. Gonna be wide, but that gray is Stand the Rain, and Consensus View is now warning the task from the back as they get set to reach the top of the lane. It's Chartist now in front, coming right back as Prime Connection to the inside. Stand the Rain is now straightened up, is lifting, and here comes Stand the Rain after a very game Chartist who's in front. It's Chartist who's got the lead. Stand the Rain. Consensus View starts to roll on the grandstand side. Chartist with the 16th left to go. Consensus View catching with every stride. It's going to be tight at the wire. Photo! Consensus View to the outside. Chartist and Stand the Rain finish third.
Consensus View, first-time starter Chad Brown. Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco just up for the victory.
Just able to get the win. And Chartist ran too well to lose here. It felt like Stand the Rain, we were all going to be smart and was going to just roll by the field here, but really did hang in the stretch with no excuse. But it was Consensus View. Whoever thought they knew nothing. Source went off at 7-1, gets the money at the wire. And the number 6, who none of us could figure out why was such a heavy favorite, was an absolutely dismal fourth with a perfect trip in this race. I mean, the one thing to take out of this race is Mary Lois was awful. This winner gets up at the wire, and they did not know.
Wild to see how off this wagering was. We said it several times before they broke from the gate. To see Mary Lois at that price was shocking. And to get 7-1 on this one, a little bit shocking as well. We're going to look back some of the great moments in the history of this special racetrack, including a rare triple dead heat back in 1944 in the Carter.
Another event that is talked about, not just in New York, but everywhere, was the triple dead heat in the Carter in the 40s.
Yeah, and to think, it was a handicap, the Carter handicap. So handicappers trying to get all the horses to the wire at the same time. You got 3 of them there at the same exact time. Brownie weighed a bit and Bousseau, something that is legend. We talk about it to this moment. Here we are closing in on 100 years later.
Right, it's incredible. We had a race, I think, recently here where it came fairly close. It was a turf race, came fairly close to a triple dead heat. You and I have been around a long time. They actually had a triple dead heat recently in the quarter horse race at Sam Houston.
Noah Moon in the middle, first Tartanero, Jess Photo. All right, we have a triple dead heat. 3 winner circle presentations.
My friend Nick calls the races, and he said, I'm just glad I didn't try to call that photo. But it is so unusual for it to happen. And as you said in a handicap race, I never really thought about that, Richie, but that's one day that the racing secretary signed the weights. Must have felt pretty proud.
Yeah, he did his job extremely well.
25,386 on hand that day to watch that historic triple dead heat in the Carter.
And my friend Nick Tamaro got a little bit of a in that when they put it on. I really enjoyed those, and I don't ever want to brag about work we do, and a lot of people do good work here. Well, Richie and I had a lot of fun doing those. I think Eldon Phillips and Ernie Munich, who work on our videos here and do such a fabulous job, and they are unsung heroes. And there are a lot of unsung heroes in our Naira TV department, not the people on the air, but Ernie and Eldon, the work they did, you think about that, putting together, getting the dead heat from Sam Houston in there, right? Getting those things, they're what really made the difference, I think, in those pieces. And I know a lot of people have enjoyed them, and I just thought they really came out very well. And it's thanks to them, not me and Richie.
Those two, all summer long at Saratoga, they are locked in a room editing nonstop.
Well, we'd like to lock Ernie in the room because someone's going to, we do, he does tend to show up and sort of, he looks a little like Ugly George sometimes when he shows up taking the films in the winner's circle. I'm going to take Ernie close
Anyone
up.
who has met Ernie loves him.
The
Same with
best.
Eldon, too.
Those guys are the greatest. And
Terrific.
Ernie,
You're right. Totally unsung heroes on the show, and they deserve the credit.
They really are. I mean, listen, people know Ernie because Ernie was a legend in the 80s when he had a column in Daily News. The best.
I got to say, though, you and Mig, well done.
They
Great
were
chemistry.
fun, but those guys did an unbelievable job putting them together. They made us look good.
This is it. Closing weekend. Final 4 days of action before we say goodbye to New York City's racetrack forever. So if you can make it out this weekend, please do so. We would love to see you here for the final goodbyes.
Yeah, they're going to be fun days. And we've had a lot of people showing up the last few weeks since we've come from Saratoga. We see people coming around, taking pictures and doing things. And keep in mind, for what it's worth, we're going to be open for simulcasting through Labor Day at Saratoga. So if for some reason you can't make it and you're in the New York area and you want to come out to say a farewell to Aqueduct, it's so easy to take the A train out here. Take the Far Rockaway train, but come on out here. And it's great this weekend. All A trains will be coming to Aqueduct because they're doing some work. None are going to Lefferts. Any A train on Saturday and Sunday will be coming out here. So come see us.
No excuses. Yeah. Top riders all time at this racetrack. We have number one, of course, on the program. His name is the MIG. 2,238 wins here in South Ozone Park.
And it would probably be about 3,000 or 3,500 if he didn't get injured every other month during his career. But the MIG, there's a reason. There are many reasons the MIG is beloved, and especially beloved at Aqueduct, and one of them is his incredible success here in New York. And I think that Richie encompasses all good things about a true New York rider. And let me tell you something, you win all those races, and the vast, vast majority were in New York, you earned it. He didn't win them at lesser circuits, he won them here.
That's a look at the top 5 all-time. MIG will stand alone as the winningest ever here at the Big A. I know so many special memories here, and you grew up, of course, not far from here. As a dream for you was to win some of these big races here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, guys, and honestly, moments like this, I get a little bit emotional about it because, you start thinking about all of the moments and all of the history that you have in a place, for me, like Aqueduct. And coming out here as a kid and falling in love with the game. And this was the portal into the world I wanted to be a part of. Obviously, the Toboggan Handicap was the first stake I ever saw, so I always wanted to win that. And then even watching my first win there on Got the Message for Steve DeMauro, honestly, for a 10-pound bug, I showed a lot of poise. I don't think I looked exactly like a 10-pound bug, but it's really a cool thing. But I will say this also, guys, looking at the top 5 there, we give, if we weren't, Aqueduct wasn't closing, give Manny Franco 8-10 years, he would catch me here. And, hopefully, Manny continues on the pace he's on. But he was the one who had a shot to do it. He's been consistent. He stays here like I did over the winters. And he definitely had a big chance to catch me. So bittersweet, losing Aqueduct, but they can't ever take that away from me.
Indeed.
He stayed a lot of winners, but he also, in being injured, he went to Gulfstream after, I think it was when he broke when he snapped his arm, when in a 5-horse field, 1 horse behind him, of course, stepped on him and snapped his arm. He rode at least 1 or 2 winners at Gulfstream because he just was trying to recuperate and stuff. If it wasn't for those injuries, I mean, he could easily be 3,000. I wasn't exaggerating. It was a lot. And I think sometimes Richie downplays his accomplishments here. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Just about every single stakes race run here is on his resume. Incredible what he accomplished here. We don't take him for granted.
No.
We love having him on the show, and I know that maybe certainly more than most, but maybe almost more than anyone, how special this was to him growing up. He's going to miss this place and
for a guy like Richie,
well remembered here.
This was his place. This was Richie's palace, and as it should be. But don't sell yourself short. He had all those wins here. They're basically half of his win total. So he also won a lot of races at Belmont, Saratoga, Gulfstream, other major racetracks as well.
Meanwhile, Linda Rice will reign supreme as the winningest trainer of all time at the Big A. 1,217 wins. We'll show you the top 5 here in a moment. Of course, that record-setting season, which he's on pace to break this year.
Linda didn't do it by accident. And, you know, when you talk about people, especially in this game, but I think it's a lot of times truth, and there's our good friend Aaron Yagoda as well, who just gave Mitch Levias his Saratoga wardrobe. You don't do it by accident. And she beat Bruce Levine, who ruled this place for years. Gary Contessa certainly won his share of titles. Todd, who's always there. Gasper, love seeing Gasper in there as well. But Linda is creative, to say the least. You know, going out of town, claiming a lot of horses. She lives and breathes this game as much as anybody, and it's well-deserved.
Again, come out this weekend if you can. I've said it a lot of times. I was there for the final day at Hollywood Park, and it was, even though there was, you know, a little bit of sadness with everyone, it was a celebration of all the people you've seen over the years, and it was great to get everyone together on track and say your final goodbye. So if you get a chance, it will be a special weekend to come out.
I agree. I think unlike some other closures, you know, it's sad that we lost Arlington Park. Racing is going to move to a brand new, beautiful plant. So it's not like we're shutting down racing in New York.
Yeah.
We're shutting down Aqueduct, but we're going to be running at a beautiful Belmont Park. So there's a lot to look forward to. Doesn't mean we won't miss what's been a great home for us. And while we be real, but when rebuilding Belmont, we couldn't have done it without Aqueduct.
Opener on the card, an odds-on favorite defeated, but stablemate for Chad Brown. Wins it at 7-1. Consensus view, Klarovich, Manny Franco. And a price to kick off this Thursday card.
And, you know, I know that people will say, well, Chad Brown's horse that was the heavy favorite didn't run well. Getting a horse to win first time out at 1 mile and 3/16 is no easy feat. Manny gave this horse another great ride, and Manny is going into this Saratoga meet, in my opinion, riding better with more confidence than I've ever seen him ride. And I think that people that think we're going to Saratoga, I know the Ortiz brothers will be there. You want to be riding Manny Franco if you get your opportunity. He's as good as any rider that'll be riding there.
$17.12 on Chad Brown. You do not see that often on this circuit. 4-5-3.
Little bridge jumping, too.
Yeah.
Strange bridge jump. 1 mile and 3/16 turf maidens, they're bridge jumping. Okay.
Race 2, pick 4. It's a non-winners of 3 life, $15,000 claiming race, so everyone for sale for that price here. Actually, for $20,000, most of them in this spot. Blenheim Baby, the morning line favorite. Jorge Abreu and Pratt, off since early April, the morning line favorite.
See what happens.
We'll talk more about it when we come back from a timeout. So this is our new home awaiting us after the summer at Saratoga, set to open September 18th. We'll be back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
a surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. This is what awaits the horse racing world that we're so excited about. New Belmont Park, opening day Friday, September 18th. $550 million reconstruction project, over 2 million hours of work put in by roughly 400 workers. They installed 1,728 tons of structural steel and 40,000 cubic yards of concrete. It's almost done.
Wow, you did that all from memory too. He did, actually, which I find amazing. And
I've
not
heard
only
a couple
that,
of big names.
You know, while you were gone, there was a little news in horse racing. Forever Young coming back to America to run the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and even Forever Young wants to be at Belmont on opening day. Okay, apparently they were wishy-washy, and he told the owners,
"Yes,
I got to go to Belmont for opening day." I mean,
it was his decision.
I'm sticking around this long. I need to be there, and I can't blame him.
What a day it's going to be. And again, going to be limited that day in terms of sort of a soft opening. So try and plan ahead.
For people that are wondering, why would you have that? Because the surfaces are ready, and the horsemen have been incredible in shipping their horses back and forth to Aqueduct every day, where we have nobody stabled. They deserve the chance with the surfaces ready to be running in their backyard.
Let's head downstairs, check in with Mig for race 2 and the start of the pick 4.
Yeah, guys, and it's kind of interesting, and I don't think I explain it very well all the time, but maybe this is a perfect example. The 3-horse, Daniil. This is a horse I don't like on paper. I think the form leaves a lot to be desired as far as, being a win candidate here. But this is by far and away the best horse in the paddock physically, as far as just overall general health. Dappled out, could not look any better, but doesn't check both boxes for me. I need them to look that good, and also I already kind of like them somewhat on paper. Can't say that here, but I think this is a shining example of when I say, pretty is as pretty does. Could not look any better. Maybe we'll run her A effort, but will that A effort be good enough? That's the question. I don't believe so. But a horse, 2 horses that do check the boxes that I think are contenders and are looking really good are the 4. That's the Fact Jack, coming off of back-to-back wins, although disqualified for the 1. The 9-1 is a 2 and a life for 12-5. And this gets tougher now, coming off of a win. It's always tougher to take on more accomplished horses. But Dom Schettino winning at 50%, having a terrific year, could not look any better in the flesh. And I think she's a player. And that'll bring me to the 6, Blenheim Baby, who I believe is the lone and controlling speed here. Could not look any better for Jorge Abreu. You get Flavien Prat, who is not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed as a weapon. And I just thought Blenheim Baby, again, looks good on paper and looks really good in the flesh, and that's what I want to see. I want both boxes to be checked.
I'm going to disagree respectfully with our friend the Mig, and I agree that Flavien is as aggressive as any rider and will probably have the 6 in the game, but I think the horse that he talked about originally, I think Daniil is going to be in front. I can't imagine Ruben rating the main speed in here with a clean break, and I got to think that Manny's going to be aggressive with Lady Wisdom, who I know you like, and I agree. I mean, you and I like the horses that are first and second choices, but I'm not saying Blenheim Baby will be far out of it, but I don't think she's the speed. I could be wrong, though.
There's Mr. Pratt, back-to-back Eclipse Awards outstanding rider. He'll be on Blenheim Baby, who was the morning line favorite right now. 3rd choice on the board. The 4, 5, 6, and 7, all between 2-1 and 7-2.
Let me take a look at doubles and see if.
And here's the one that Pratt will be aboard as we go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, it's interesting, too, because one of the things that I tend to do is handicap jockeys as well as horses. And I completely missed that Ruben Silvera is on the 3, Daniil. So I tend to agree with you, Andy, that this horse does have natural speed, and Ruben Silvera likes to go to the lead. So one of the things that I use as a handicapping tool, I completely dropped the ball there, so thank you for pointing it out.
Yeah, and I agree. It's interesting because we look at the time form pace projector, which lays out based on pace figures where they see the race setting up. And, you know, it can be flawed. It can be wrong for reasons. And I think one of the ways most that it's inaccurate is riders, right? A horse that's had a rider that's a bit passive suddenly picks up a rider that's more aggressive,
or vice versa. Factor that in,
right,
yeah.
and I think the beauty of looking at the time form pace projector is that it makes you think. And you may ultimately disagree with it. It may end up being right. You may end up being right. You both may be wrong. You know, but I think anything like that that makes you think more about the race is going to help you figure out what's going on. And that's why, you know, you and I look at different speed figures. You look at the thoroughgraphs. But you also look at the buyers. I look at buyers. I look at Timeform US. I, as you know, frequently say to you, how does this horse look on the thoroughgraphs? And sometimes you'll say they have it faster, they have it similar, they have the horse slower. It's good to get different people's perspective, especially people you respect. And I obviously respect the buyers. I respect Timeform US and Craig Mulkowski. Thoroughgraphs, Ragazins, I don't use them, but it doesn't mean I don't respect them.
Yeah.
Just don't use them. I think they all have great value.
Yeah. No question. And riders up. And, you know, important to look, just looking at Daniil, forget who's aboard. Daniil has sprint speed.
She's a one-way speed type. I agree. I don't think she's totally ridiculous in here, by the way. And the fact that Richie liked how she looked in the paddock can move her up. I don't think she's completely ridiculous to get a piece of this. But I think that Lady Wisdom with Manny and Blenheim Baby with Flavian are not going to be far off it, and they are better horses. But Blenheim Baby, I got to tell you, she is what you and I often talk about as a one-number horse. That 67 figure, the buyer figure, 2 back, it sticks out like a sore thumb. If you draw a line through that one, she's at best a modest contender here, right?
I would agree with that.
And Flavia's ridden her before with 1 win and 2 losses.
And now she is the favorite. She was the morning line favorite. Here's Moonlit Weekend. Raylu Gutierrez rides.
Yeah, she's another one for Eddie Pringle. Both these horses in his barn for the first time that would have to improve.
Daniil with Ruben Silvera for Eddie Pringle.
If you're looking for a price, you could do worse than throw her in.
That's the fact. Jack back-to-back crossing the wire first. Did get DQ'd 2 back.
If you're a big fan of Stripes, you're all over this horse. I'm a big fan of Stripes. I'm not all over.
It's in my top 5 all time.
One of the greatest movies, most fun movies ever made.
Lady Wisdom, Bill Morey, Manny Franco.
Sloppy track last time out, which is kind of a theme here, and still ran well enough to win. She is one of the ones to beat.
Jorge Abreu, Pratt, Blenheim Baby.
This is the one taking money that I won't be surprised wins, but I would be inclined to let beat me.
This is shocking that the 7 is now favored.
And she's the 3rd choice looking at doubles. Now, they can be separate off the claim for Ilke Gandermachi for Sandy Goldfarb, and I like her getting back to a fast track.
2-1 favorite. I initially put her on top. I know you liked her as well. You have her first.
I think she's going to drift up to 5-2 or 3-1. Yeah. I'm not betting her at 2-1. I will be betting her at 3-1.
So let's go back to Blenheim Baby. Pratt for Jorge Abreu. This back on March the 19th, 2 starts ago and a dominant win.
This was a fast race. I mean, I don't know where it came from because it's far and away the best number she's ever run. The second best buyer figure was a 60. And in general, she's not that good. I can't really explain it. If she runs back to it, she's probably going to win here. But I don't want to take a short price assuming it. And she's drifted up to 3-1. Is now Lady Wisdom a heavy favorite suddenly. Sports jumping all around the place.
Wild. I mean, the betting in the opening race was very strange, we thought, and it seems a little strange here, too. It's going all over the place.
Well, the first race, I know the horse ran poorly, but I don't think anybody in this show is surprised that that horse didn't win. That was a very, very surprising, overwhelming favorite.
Yeah. Well, that's the fact, Jack. So Dominic Schettino, Jamie Rodriguez. Let's go back to May 16th, the most recent effort. This a win for 20,000 non-winners of 2 sprinting.
Yeah, listen, she is in good form, and that is something she has going for her. She won that race, disqualified from purse money, came back and ran an even better race in this start. She's shown the ability to be close. She showed the ability in this race to come from the back of the field. So you can't knock the kind of form she is in. And to be fair, even though like you, I think she needs to improve to win this race, sometimes, especially when lower level horses get into good form, they'll overperform. And I think she could be that horse if you want to bet her to price.
Both of her 2 wins have come on this racetrack. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I got to be honest with you. I keep getting called back to Daniil just on looks. Could not look any better. I think this horse is going to run really, really well. The 5 Lady Wisdom didn't really grab my attention as much in the paddock, but obviously taking the money. She's 8-5. Looked great on the racetrack. Got a really nice warm-up under Manny Franco. And then the 6, not much has changed in my estimation. Blenheim Baby, I just like everything I see from her. I think she's going to be well-placed from the start. And Flavien Prat, you know, I talk about it a lot. There's a lot of good riders. There's some guys that may do certain things a little bit better than him, but Flavien Prat does everything well. He has no weakness in his game. He's good on the lead. He's good from behind. He's good on the turf, dirt, you name it. Flavien Prat can do it. He is such a complete rider, and I think Blenheim Baby's going to be well-placed from the start.
10-1 on the standout to MIG from a physical perspective, just rolling by your screen there. That's the second biggest number on the board here.
I don't love her, but I'm not going to be surprised when Richie's right and I'm wrong. So I just think that she's getting a lot of money because of Flavien, and there's one big number. Overall, I just think she's a little slower than the 5 and also the 7. If the 7, her last race was somewhat compromised because of the wet track. We'll see. I mean, obviously they're the ones taking all the money in here.
So 8-5, Lady Wisdom. And I sort of made the case when I was looking at this horse, sort of the 2 last non-excuse fast tracks that she's been on. She won them both.
I have no argument with her being the horse to beat. I think she's the right favorite. I do. I don't have any argument with that at all. I think she's logical. And also Bill Morey wins a lot of races. You know, he's a guy whose horses usually run okay if they look good. So I don't have anything against her. I'm just hoping that the 7 can get, you know, run to the money she took last time when I think that maybe the track played against her. She just never seemed to get into the race. But maybe she's a horse that's just sort of not really what she once was.
Beat at odds on last start. That was with the Miguel Clement barn. Now first off the claim, Ilkay Cantermachi with the 7. Pocket Queens. Cash in seat as you see a rider off there on the 3 to the contest.
Is she being scratched or is she being... she's
and
being scratched.
Out. So Daniil coming out. Late scratch of the 3.
And that changed the pace scenario where now Lady Wisdom and Blenheim Baby look to be the pace setters, and I don't think that helps Pocket Queens.
So Ruben Silvera losing a mount here. Back to the barn for Daniil. And with that, yeah, we'll see what transpires here on the front end between the 5 and 6 early on in this race.
Yeah, I mean, now it makes it a little bit more of a murky pace here where the 5 and 6 is definitely beneficial to both of them. Not that they were, you know, they were still the 2 horses, you know, that are going to be forward.
So this one remains your favorite at 8-5, but not by a lot. 5, 6, and 7 all taking plenty of support. But 8-5 on the Bill Morey filly. Manny Franco looking to take this early double. And don't forget, just ahead of us is, you know, a number we don't see a lot. We were trying to think earlier today, the last time we saw a pick 6 carryover this big here in New York, it may have been the last day of the meet at the Saratoga meet. $139,000 pick 6 carryover coming up next in race 3.
Yeah, this is you know, talking about hitting pick 6s. I mean, obviously, if you have a substantial bankroll on your own and you want to play them, that's great. But, you know, if you have a relatively limited bankroll, the best way to play it is to get involved with a few friends, 3, 4, 5, because 20% of a winning ticket is a lot better than 0% of a losing ticket. And it's also fun to play with your friends. You know, the biggest pick 6 I hit at Aqueduct, I played with 3 very good friends, and it was really
great bonding moments.
It was just great. You know, it's one of the best things about it. Obviously, at the end of it, I wish I kept all the money, but we all enjoyed it so much together. And I wasn't going to put in the ticket myself. I think it was a total play of $528, and we ended up splitting it 4 ways and got $160,000 back.
And you're all still friends?
Yeah, we're all still close friends.
Good.
Yeah. No, it was good. Yeah. I think that my friend Sean, who was part of it, well, fortunately his wife took most of the money and they built a new porch, I think, with it.
Put to good use.
Otherwise, it was early February. I don't know if he would have made a March with it. If you know Sean, you know what I'm talking about.
Put it all back in.
Right.
Here we go. Late scratch of Daniil, who we expected to be in front. So the 5 and 6 now probably going to battle for the front end. See what happens. 8-5. Lady Wisdom on the 5 for trainer Bill Morey with Manny Franco as Manny looks for this early double on our Thursday card. Final week of action in the history of New York City's racetrack here at the Big A. Race 2, the start of the early pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Blenheim Baby. Pocket Queens to the outside. All set. And they're off. Breaking sharply from the inside was Moonlit Weekend, but has company to the outside from That's the Fact Jack. It's a scramble on for the front. Moonlit Weekend at the rail with a nose advantage. Pressure to the outside from Lady Wisdom is in between horses, is now taken second. That's the Fact Jack is back to third, now fourth. Just got past on the far outside by Pocket Queens. The lone trailer, 6 lengths off the lead. That's Blenheim Baby. 23.06 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Moonlit Weekend has a head advantage. Lady Wisdom stalking the pace setter, and Pocket Queens gets the hurry up here from Edgard Zayas. Doesn't want to lose touch with the top duo. That's the Fact Jack is the one that relaxed off the pace, now is in fourth, and still far back to Blenheim Baby with 4 furlongs left to go. They move into the turn, no easy leads. It's 45 and 4 for a half-mile time. Moonlit Weekend still there, is at the rail with it headed in front. Lady Wisdom waiting for the cue to the outside, and Pocket Queens has been scrubbed along almost the entire journey around the racetrack, is now 3 wide and ready to launch. That's the Fact Jack is driven along there towards the back end of the field, and Blenheim Baby still 8 to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, and the long shot has got the lead, is shrugging off the challenge so far. Moonlit Weekend, Lady Wisdom continues to give chase as they approach a final furlong. Now Lady Wisdom just puts a nose in front. Moonlit Weekend, Blenheim Baby from far out of it is right into the rails and has all the momentum. Getting to the wires, Lady Wisdom. Blenheim Baby catching with every stride, trying to time it perfectly, but Lady Wisdom holds on. Blenheim Baby for second, Pocket Queens, and Moonlit Weekend.
Lady Wisdom here. Bill Morey, Manny Franco is the 6-5 favorite.
Felt like Flavien Prat was going to be the true genius, dropping out what turned to be a far more contested pace than they would have thought. But Lady Wisdom just able to grind the victory out as Manny Franco and Greg Wolf sweep the early double. This one getting it done as the favorite, 6-5, and justifying it. She ran a winning race. Good effort by the one. Really never gave up. Moonlit Weekend, Pocket Queens, was she a little too close to a pace that was a little too hot? You can say that in retrospect. She was not good.
5, 6, 7, 1 as Moonlit Weekend tried to shock everybody here early on and hung in there for quite a while before fading. But in the end, it's the favorite at 6-5. Again, Bill Morey, Manny Franco team up to start off this early pick 4 at 6-5, $139,000. Pick 6 carryover starts next in race 3. When we come back, Manny Franco, the hot hand to start things off on this Thursday afternoon. Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Keep you up to date on everything happening in the sport. Go to americasbestraces.net today to stay involved. Lady Wisdom favorite, $4.74 to start this early pick four and the early double to Manny Franco.
Yeah, listen, Manny just kept pushing away, and this pace was a lot hotter than expected to be on paper. And, you know, you thought right here, I said to you, Pratt was right again. He dropped back, and the pace got too hot, and she was rallying, but she just came up short. The best horse won the race.
One more look down the stretch, and the huge long shot. Pace setter Moonlit Weekend begins to fade. Here comes Lady Wisdom, but Pratt up the fence made it interesting in those purple silks as he laid far back early. Almost worked out. Winds up second here. Lady Wisdom, Blenheim Baby, Pocket Queens, 1, 2, 3 here in race number 2. And now 2 wins the last 3 starts for this 4-year-old filly. As we move on to this $139,000, closer to $140,000 in this Pick 6 carryover. Mile and 16th on the turf to begin it. New York breds, $50,000 maiden claiming group. Difficult race to start it off.
It is a very, very difficult race. I certainly understand why No Need to Panic dropping down is favored. She's never really done much running in any of her turf races, but she's getting significant class relief in here, which obviously makes her one of the players. You and I preferred some other horses. I think it'll be very interesting to see how much money Nina Lee takes the firster with a big pedigree, full to Marvelous Maud. We love those slumbers. This horse, you would think if live is going to take money, but then again, the first winner, Chad Brown horse, Frankel, took no money, ended up winning the race. But I wanted to be a little creative in here, and I'm taking the 4, Mia Sophia, whose first turf race is good enough, especially with routine improvement. And then I felt like the rider just completely dragged her out of the race last time and compromised any chance she might have had.
Yeah, so as you look at the sequence, it is incredibly difficult to try and pare things down. There's several races where you feel like maybe the entire field you could take. Race 4 is that turf sprint. Leslie Sumer coming off the bench, probably the one to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of this entire Pick 6 is just how wide open it is. I mean, finding, you know, people have different feelings about singles, but I think finding one is particularly difficult in this situation. Some may single Leslie's Humor in the second leg. I like Ray to Jam. I would agree they are the 2 main players. That's one race I would lean on too.
Race 5 is the maiden special weight, and yes, a flight line. Still looking for the first winner here in the U.S. Did have a winner in Japan, but some big works coming in. And just being a flight line, all the command he's taken at the sales, sure to be overbet.
But I got to tell you something. You lean on a story horse in a Pick 6 and a 2-year-old firster, might work out for you, but it's tricky. And, you know, these races, and you know, something that amateurs don't understand, and I saw some real foolishness about a Pick 3 that actually paid the parlay. You get a 2-year-old race and a 25-1 firster wins, that horse is always going to be shorter in the multis. There was a 34-1 that won. That horse is probably 20-1 because the 3-5 was probably about 7-5. Because people will put significant money in these things, they'll use all in some manner or not. So when a huge long shot wins this race, it's not going to pay the same in some multi-race bets. Having said that, people will lean on the flight line.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a shot with Vapor Trail of 6, but that's not a Pick 6 lean.
Yeah, some big works for that flight line coming in. Meanwhile, maybe a race where people will lean on a horse pretty heavily, maybe most in the sequence. 6 furlongs on the turf to close us out. 40,000 on winners at 2 life here. Heads and Beds. Maiden special weight win at Del Mar to end her 3-year-old campaign. Now with the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn dropping in class for the return.
Yeah, I think you feel more strongly about this horse to lean. I picked her as well as you did. And while you're going, you know, maybe you'll be sweeping the card today, Greg. The 6th and 7th races are as wide open as you can possibly imagine. And you're going to have coverage in at least one, if not both of them, in my opinion. I think you agree.
And
Heads and Beds, maybe one that we'll lean on a little bit. But I got to tell you, I think Rakita, the 5 horse that Flavian's riding, is better than she looks. I know you thought she was interesting. Lupine will take money. I do agree. I think Heads and Beds will be favored over Lupine in here, though. I agree with you. But this is a
difficult sequence. Some of the races we did not talk about, you could basically take. No one would surprise us.
Yeah,
certainly
I mean,
race 7.
Well, yes. You like a horse in race 6 or 7. I'll be the last person who would ever tell you don't bet that horse, especially at a price. I thought they were very, very tough races. The horse I picked in race 6, 3 Technique, is the longest shot on the board.
Good luck.
You'll need it, but good luck. It's worth playing.
It is indeed. Get some friends together, tackle it. Already an additional $162,000 bet into the pool. 15 minutes to post, by the way, at Horseshoe Indy as well. We'll check in there when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mianetto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here, and this was tragic news back on June the 16th. Barn fire at Saratoga Raceway at the harness track. 17 horses were killed. The Saratoga Springs Fire Department responded to that structure fire at the Saratoga Casino Hotel Harness Racing Facility 2:30 in the morning on that Tuesday. Incredibly sad to hear of that news. There will be a memorial June 28th at the track's winner's circle, 10:45 a.m. It's been announced as well there will be a permanent monument bearing the names of all 17 horses installed at the burial site as a tribute to their lives and the impact that they had on the racing community.
No, it's just such a nightmare, to say the least. And while it's fortunate that horses were able to be saved, that's a really hard loss, and it's really very tough for a lot of people. And you know, if you're involved in horse racing, it's your life, and it's just hard. So there's a GoFundMe, which I know if you have a couple of dollars, and nobody's the right to tell anybody you should be giving money, but if you have a couple dollars and you know you can spare it, it's certainly worth throwing a couple dollars. But the T-shirt as well to help it, and it's just there's nothing really you can say. It's just awful.
Again, shop.naira.com/home where you can get that T-shirt. And again, 100% of proceeds will go to the Saratoga Harness Horsemen's Association.
Yeah.
We're going to have the Pick 6 coming up when we return. We're about 12 minutes away to get those tickets together. $139,000 carryover. Already almost $200,000 additional dollars bet into the pool and growing. We'll be back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, our final week of racing here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we say goodbye to New York City's racetrack. And after the Saratoga summer season, move into the new home at the new reimagined Belmont Park. Joining us for the first time on the program today, we head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and I'm going to start things off with a first-time starter in here who actually does have a really big pedigree, and that's the number 5, Nina Lee, debuting for Rob Atras, as of course this race will kick off this pick 6 sequence. And I do think that the number 2, No Need to Panic, is the horse to beat, but there's a few others I am intrigued by, namely this firster is the full sister to Marvelous Maud, who was a 4-time turf winner, a stakes winner as well. Also the full to Bryant and Cooper, who, while no superstar, was a very useful horse and very effective on the grass as well. The other 2 siblings were dirt sprinters, but the slumber influence definitely seeming to come in, so they've gone for the same cross. This filly is by Slumber. She looks like she wants to go long on the turf, which is what she gets to do today. Now, those other horses that I mentioned were trained by Chad Brown. This one does debut with Rob Atras for $50,000, and I think it's maybe just being a bit logical. She does debut with blinkers on as well. Maybe she hasn't shown as much quality in the mornings as some of her siblings, but she has been solid altogether. She is a big, imposing filly. I'm going to watch her with interest warming up, but she did get a little bit sharper once they got the tack on, and she's acted very well, and like I said, just very well suited to these conditions. The number 6, Find Your Path, is stretching out in distance, as she is a horse that we saw switch to the turf last time out, was wired, and has turned out to be a relatively productive race. We saw second place finisher 5 Dozen Roses come back to win again, and while Find Your Path was in a stalking spot, she got a little bit keen, but there wasn't much movement in that race. We did see Tony Dutrow have a horse named Mermaid, who was more of a sprinter, stretch out and able to wire the field. We'll see if that takes place here. I'm not overly enthused about the stretch out with her. She's a little bit on the smaller side, and I still think there is some physical development potentially to be seen from her, but I will say now, as the warmer months have come, she just looks so much better in her coat and her muscle mass overall, which I really do appreciate that progression. Now the 2, No Need to Panic, as I mentioned on the dropping class, she does seem to be a major candidate in here. She was off slowly last time out and then kind of moved up into range, but against much tougher company. And I thought even the race 2 starts back, where she took a little bit of money and running against better. She is a very athletic looking individual. Being by McKinsey, I like her staying going long, and she just makes a lot of sense on the class strap, as she has really come along with racing, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Here's our post parade as we get set for the pick 6 carryover coming up. Island Charm to start us off.
I think that she is the main speed in this race, and for that reason, she's far from without a chance.
Mike Maselli Barn, No Need to Panic, 8-5.
I think if you're taking 8-5 on anybody in this race, in my opinion, you're crazy, but she is the horse to beat, I guess.
6-1 Atta Girl Addy for Robbie Davis.
I'm not sure why this one is 0 for 20 on the turf is taking money.
Mia Sophia.
I like her. We'll expound on that after the post parade.
Yeah, good effort as a 2-year-old.
I don't love anybody here, but I think she's very interesting, especially at that price.
First-time starter, and yeah, the sister to Marvelous Motto was a 4-time winner on the turf, including a stakes win.
It's a bad sign that this horse is 6-1 in this race. I'm sorry. With that pedigree in this field, this horse should be much lower.
Here is Find Your Path for Tony Dutrow.
I don't see her making the lead. I certainly don't like a switch away from Flavian Pratt. And while Keisha's right, Tony did it recently with that horse she mentioned. Overall, he has terrible numbers stretching out in the turf.
Dropping class, Amicus Curiae.
This horse just doesn't have any running for Bruce last year, but is the first star as a 3-year-old, so maybe big improvement.
And Rose Burns' Dream gets blinkers for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, back on, I should say.
Does switch to Eggerzias, which isn't a bad switch, but she's yet to do any running whatsoever.
And she did have the blinks on for several of the first 4-5 starts of her career. See if it makes any kind of impact, but she's struggled against this level on the turf routing the last 2 tries. Mia Sophia, so 9-1. There's good and there's bad. The good was the way she ended her 2-year-old campaign.
Yeah, you know, you look at her first turf race, 55 buyer. She did some running. She was a bit wide, 2 to 3 wide, not badly, but a little wide. Winner of the race who won easily, has run respectable races since. The kind of race that can easily be improved upon from 2 to 3 and run a buyer figure in the 60s, which would win this race in all likelihood. comes back here and does the opposite, runs a terrible race. But this rider, I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was riding to instructions. Maybe the instructions were drag her back so far that she'll never have a chance to win this race under any circumstances, and that's basically what happened. I don't think they were instructions that way, but maybe they were. It was a slow pace. She was just completely and totally taken out of the race. And now she gets a rider switch to Raylu Gutierrez, who is, if nothing else, going to be aware to at least get her into the race a little bit. She doesn't have speed, but she's not that slow. So I just think she's interesting dropping down in a race where there's just no form. I mean, there's an 8-5 shot who is the right favorite, but she did absolutely no running last time. She was a little bit wide. There were better horses, but you have to be careful about horses that are getting bet that don't do any running races. Though, to be fair to her, she was closer to a pace that ended up falling apart a little bit, and she was wide. She's the horse to beat, no doubt about it.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I agree. She is the horse to beat. I'm going to take a shot, though, to the inside with the number 1, Island Charm, who I agree with Andy should be the one that's controlling things on the front end. And I wanted to reserve judgment until seeing her out on the track because she is a bit of a choppy moving type. But I thought back in the paddock as she is first off the claim for Ilkay Kantermasi getting back onto the turf, she looked like she'd strengthened behind, which had always been my complaint with her. Now, I've said from the very beginning that she looks much more like a turf horse, so I am glad to see her back on the grass. I think that's her preferred surface. Her last turf race, she was running against far better company, and she is quick. She breaks running, and she moved really well in the warm-up today, which is what I wanted to see from her because that's not always the case. So she kind of won me over there. We'll see if Manny Franco can continue his hot streak and take them gate to wire with this one. As far as the 4, Mia Sophia, who Andy likes, I agree. She just never really looked like she was involved in the running of the race last time out. It was very odd. Now, she was coming back off of a big layoff, and she had been a late scratch back in September, not warming up well, so she's had some things to overcome altogether. But when she first walked into the paddock, I kind of looked up at her and I said, oh, wow, she looks good today. So I have no problems with her physically in what she's done. She stacks up really nicely with her company, and I hope with Raylu Gutierrez aboard, we're going to see her involved early on, maybe a little bit more into a chasing spot. She seems to be moving fine out there today, and I don't know how much she might have gotten out of that race, but hopefully something, as she is now second off of the layoff, Greg.
I don't expect her to be involved in the pace. I just don't expect the rider to grab a hold of her and just drag her out of the race. And I think at least Raylu will look to find some kind of position. She's not likely to be a speed type. She never showed that in her first 2 starts. I just don't want to see a rider that just literally, I mean, I don't know, but maybe he was riding to instructions. You never know.
Over $350,000 additionally bet into this carryover today as we look at the keys that we talked about earlier to this pick 6. We feel it's very wide open. That Flight line is a first-time starter. Flight come in and race 5, but 2 big works according to the DRF Clocker report for the debut.
Right. I don't want people to think. I just think the Flight Command is going to be an underlay per se.
Yeah.
Probably the likeliest winner of that race as well. So I'm not trying to tell people not to use it. Just be careful. I mean, that's dangerous. You like Hezemez a little more than I do, but I can understand that. And I don't love this notion that's come out as you have to play with a single. Having said that, if you have a limited bankroll, you kind of have to find a single somewhere to be able to spread in other races. I get that. That's why I like the idea of people playing, with friends, so they have a bigger bankroll, because this is a hittable pick 6, but it's not an easy pick 6. I don't think this pick 6 is going to pay 4 figures. I think this pick 6 is going to pay over 5 figures. Greg, what do you think?
Over 5 figures?
Over $10,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think it's just doesn't look like a sequence that has standout heavy favorites.
Yeah, look, I would think that, but it could very well, it could chalk out. But yeah, I would think going in for sure.
It'll likely be hit. Now, keep in mind, anything under like $540,000 or so played near is a positive equity situation with that carryover. So, right now it looks like there will be equity in playing it. So putting together a ticket seems like the right thing to do, because, it's going to be hard for that pick 6 pool, which is now just under $400,000 of new money. It's not even 3 times the carryover. So right now, there's likely to be some equity in playing this. But the thing about pick 6s and pick 5s especially is it's not about handicapping as much as ticket construction. Avoiding there will be potholes. You're finding a way to avoid those potholes. Finding a way to be right a lot and wrong once and still cash. That's to me the beauty of Steve Chris' method of the multi tickets, many tickets, the ABC method.
Yeah, over 400,000 bet into this pool today. Good luck. And that last race where we talked about heads and beds. Does nearly getting caught at 5 furlongs, is that play into your factoring with kind of being down on her at all?
I don't know. I'm not that worried about the 6, but maybe. I just, she hasn't run a little while. She's never run that fast. I don't think she's that good. That's all I'm saying. I do think she's the horse to beat in there. I picked her on top. But I think the 5 is very interesting in there as well.
Good luck to anyone playing. Big pick 6 carryover this afternoon. And whenever, the numbers get this big, it's going to pay more than it should, no matter, even if it does happen to be all favorites throughout. So good luck. Chris Griffin will get us started.
The pick 6. Unsettled, Attagirl Addy, and they're off. No Need to Panic broke sharply. It goes right towards the front, and Roseburn's Dream from the far outside. Here comes Roseburn's Dream, and Edgard Zayas trying to cross over, holding that rail position, trying to work on through. That's going to be Island Charm. Back to third is No Need to Panic, is now well settled in behind this leader as they approach the turn. Then in fourth, that's Amicus Curie, followed by the Pink Silks of Mia Sophia. It's another 3.5. Back to Find Your Path, the 2 at the back, Nina Lee and Attagirl Eddie. Roseburn's Dream has got the lead. The Dominic Schettino trainee now takes him to the backstretch, and Roseburn's Dream is in front. No Need to Panic is cut into the margin, is 3/4 of a length back in second. Tightly at the rail comes Island Charm, and Manny Franco looking for 3 on the day. Outside of them, Amicus Curie is a well-settled fourth. Now moving forward towards the outside, that's Mia Sophia, and at the rail, Attagirl Addy has made up a lot of ground quickly for Christopher Elliott, has now taken that 5th spot, 50.16 for the half-mile time. Roseburn's Dream is in front, is up by that full length now. No Need to Panic, just cruising right along here in second. At the rail, a tight hold still on Island Charm, nowhere to go yet. Out wider, Amicus Curie still in fourth. Now here comes the rally from Mia Sophia to the outside of Attagirl Addy. From the back, Find Your Path, and Nina Lee has tailed off to be the trailer. Roseburn's Dream will reach the top of the lane, has been in front throughout. No Need to Panic is now ready to launch towards the outside, but Roseburn's Dream is not giving up. It's Roseburn's Dream who sticks her neck out, and now Roseburn's Dream is sprinting for the wire. No Need to Panic up on the outside is trying to catch this long shot leader. Roseburn's Dream to the inside. No Need to Panic to the outside. These two down to the line together. The pick 6 at 24-1 to Roseburn's Dream. No Need to Panic was second, then came Island Charm.
Roseburn's Dream finds more down the stretch, 24-1, the biggest price on the board to start off this pick 6 carryover.
Well, let's give Edgar Zayas a lot of credit for being super aggressive with her, and it ended up being a very tepid pace, though it was a bit of a tepid field. I know that Dominic Schettino's barn has been very, very hot. This is a hard horse to have. If you're alive in this pick 6 now, I'm going to guarantee you, Greg, it's going to pay at least 5 figures. How about you? Maybe 6.
Holding off a 7-5 favorite. We go to Horseshoe Indy, their opener on this muddy track. 6 furlongs. Let's go to John DeLee.
They're off. Fast start from Michelin. Right there is Jane Plain showing her speed for Joseph Romero, and Jane Plain, the 5-year-old, is taking the early lead from Michelin and the black cap, who follows the leader, Jane Plain, who leads them to a half mile from home. Sorry, Not Sorry running in third. Break of 4 more. What About Now being asked to pick up on this off track from fourth, while 3 clear from Tap Bonnet, second to last, and She's So Elite trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter, 22.15 seconds. Jane Plain. Jane Plain spearheads them around the far turn. Micah Meeks has Michelin close. Michelin trying to narrow the divide as Jane Plain is now on the edge of the quarter pole. 4 lengths away to What About Now, racing outside of Sorry, Not Sorry in the green cap as these fillies mares straighten away. Tap Bonnet and She's So Elite. into the stretch with Micah Meeks. It's Michelin, who swept ahead of Jane Plain, and Michelin is slipping away. Coming down toward the final 16th, Jane Plain, a host of pursuers for her. What about now? Sorry, not sorry. A tap bonnet. Jane Plain has faded from the scene. It's Michelin. Michelin in the mud by 6. What about now was second, 4 lengths away. Sorry, not sorry, third. And tap bonnet finished 4th. Muddy track, 109.35.
Michelin with a victory, 3rd win, 10 career starts, back-to-back now, and wins in the 4-year-old debut.
Greg had said to me this morning, beware of Remington Park shippers that haven't run in at least 6 months. I mean, and you just, right away, I don't even know where you came up with that. I'm joking, and this horse is an easy winner. Good old Muddy there.
Micah Meeks aboard for the win, 7-5 favorite.
Can we go back to New York? Because we did just have a very big moment here. We'll talk more after the break, but man, this pick 6 just got thrown into complete and total disarray.
24-1, huge upset to start it off. Nitrogen, the reigning champion, 3-year-old filly, took it to another level. Belmont at Saratoga week, and Marcassi not ducking anyone. We'll tell you that story next.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
This weekend on America's Day at the Races, join us for the final 2 days of racing from New York's historic Aqueduct Racetrack. Your last chance to play the Big A. Special coverage kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS1, Sunday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Nitrogen in front by 3 lengths. Fully subscribed, trying her best, but not getting close to Nitrogen. Nitrogen is clearly still the best. She is on top and is absolutely romping home in the Ogden Phipps. Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
There were 2 performances, Belmont at Saratoga week, that just left us speechless. This was one of them. The other probably Englishman, but Nitrogen showed she's right up there as one of the best route runners on dirt in the world, certainly in North America with that performance. And now Marcassi, who's no stranger to taking on boys, says the Whitney is going to be her next start.
Well, given how well she's run at Saratoga, and Saratoga is a place where there are some real horses for courses. I see them taking a shot. And it's good news, by the way, for all the other fillies and mares in the country, the Shoe V and the Personal Ensign. If you're not pointing those races, you're crazy because you want to stay away from this freak show. And if there's ever a time to take a shot, never a person not afraid to take a shot, it's Mark Casse and also DJ Stable, and give them credit for being courageous here and making the Whitney a lot more exciting. It's going to be a great race anyway, but she makes it even greater.
Mark Casse says, well, I want to take, after that performance, she's just that good. I want to take a shot at not just an Eclipse Award again, but at Horse of the Year. If she wins the Whitney, she's the leading contender no matter what anyone else does
if
for Horse of the Year.
If she wins the Whitney, and then she goes on, I think they said Spinster and then the Distaff, she likely becomes the favorite for Horse of the Year, obviously depending on what happens. We'll see what happens, you know, with the Jacob Gold Cup, the Breeders' Cup Classic as well. And it's not likely to happen, but if the Golden Tempo were able to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, it'd be hard not to give it to him, considering, but that seems like a bit of a long shot, all things considered, to be fair. Why not? And Mark Casse has shown himself, if anything, to be very, very game. He is afraid of nobody.
Tapping in the Queen Anne, taking on boys at the Royal Meet.
Got Stormy. I mean, remarkable what he did with her and the way she performed. 2 wins in a second against the boys in the 4-star Dave, including coming back a week after beating up in a lesser race against fillies and mares. Amazing.
And that, I believe, big part of that was Gary Barber's call.
Who just got mentioned here on the set, actually. A friend of mine visiting who's friends with Gary brought that up. And, I mean, I thought the second win was the most incredible because she came into the race with decidedly mediocre form.
Yeah.
And she still got it done. She also loves Saratoga. And you know, that's one of the things that's fun about Mark. He obviously has a lot of horses, a lot of good horses, but he is not afraid to run. He does not leave them in the barn. He and Steve Asmussen are 2 guys that they're never afraid to run.
One of the premier races in our sport, certainly in that Holder horse division, and now just a whole lot more attention put on it with the arrival of reigning champion 3-year-old filly tackling the boys. It is going to be a tremendous race.
Well, take a look at the Stephen Foster this weekend and imagine that field with nitrogen, and that's what you might be looking at in the Whitney.
Wow.
I'm already excited.
I am too.
Yeah.
August 8th, what a day. Whitney, 4-star Dave, Saratoga Derby, and one that year in, year out is one of the best races ever run at Saratoga, the test for 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, you think it'll be as good as the older fillies and mares and the better roses? Not nearly as fast as the ones you mentioned, Englishman, obviously, and you're right. Nitrogen and Englishman were the stars of the weekend, but that was the most exciting stake race
Yes,
we ran,
it was.
I think, all year.
Pick 6 on its way to a potential 3-day carryover with a 24-1 start. Roseburn's Dream, Edgard Zayas, Dominic Schettino, a shocker here to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something where bigger players may well have awed this race. So they're probably alive, and it's going to make it hard not to be hit. But at some point, you know, if you get another 15-1 or higher in the sequence and another 8-1 or something, there does bring the possibility of a carryover. It's still probably going to be hit, but I do think I've won my bet with you already. We bet a couple hundred on that, right? I said it would be over 5 figures.
I don't recall the number being
I think
mentioned.
it was 6 dinners and Hamlet and Ghost we bet. That's what I thought.
I probably owe you a
maybe
couple
misheard.
anyway.
You don't owe, you owe me nothing, my friend.
Look at that start. $50 horse to kick off total pool of just over $600,000 in this pick 6.
So that means there was $460,000 bet. A lot of equity in this pick 6. Hope you're alive. I would not be.
6 furlongs outer turf in this allowance optional claiming field to start off the late pick 5 in case you got bounced out of the pick 6. 4 to 5, Le Ray, Miguel Clement, Flavian Pratt coming out of a stakes race.
Yeah, she's not going to be favored. Leslie's Humor is going to be favored in this race, but a lot of early money. Oh, early money for Flavian Pratt. Never seen that before.
Shocker. They should be fairly close on the wagering, no?
I think that I'm looking at doubles, and the 3 is a very slight favorite actually over the 1, so maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought the 5 would be. The 2 and 5 are similar prices. Am I just wrong about Rated Jam? I liked her in here.
Yeah, I do too. We'll get back to that in a moment. Back at Horseshoe Indy this opener. Michelin, Miguel Angel Silva Barn, Micah Meeks, 4-year-old return to the races, and right back to how she ended her 3-year-old campaign. Now back-to-back wins.
Those Remington shippers, they love the slop, apparently.
Sharp Azteca filly. She's now won 3 of her last 4.
And fast-working horse, huh?
Yeah,
especially for a lower level.
Indeed. Bullet after bullet. $4.80 for the win. 6-5-4 finish to kick off the action in Shelbyville, Indiana. fireworks to start off this pick 6. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have much more in this late pick 5 when we come back. Final week of action here in South Ozone Park, New York at the Big A. Come out if you can. We'll be back right after this.
First time I ever came to Aqueduct, I was about 10 years old. Came out with my father. I grew up 8 miles from here in Brooklyn, and this was the world. This was the portal into the life I wanted. We'd come here, and he would go meet up with some of his friends, and I would stare at the Wood Memorial win picture wall. I could tell you every owner, trainer, jockey, horse that ever won it. You know, told my father right on the subway after watching the toboggan handicap here at Aqueduct that I was going to be a jockey and I was going to win the toboggan handicap. So I won 6 of them, more than any other jockey. And every time I won it, it was actually emotional for me because I could see 11-year-old me making that proclamation that I was going to win the toboggan handicap. My first win in New York was here at Aqueduct. A filly named Got the Message. And I walked out up the tunnel, and my father and his best friend from Brooklyn were waiting for me. They had all come out and bet on the filly that I rode. So I was the conquering hero going back to Brooklyn. Bernie's Diner, I had a steak dinner that night. But think about all of the great riders that competed here over the years, from Eddie Arcaro to Angel Cordero and so many more. And to be the person that won more races than anybody else at one venue, names like that, honestly, it's hard to even articulate how much it means, but I'm very proud of it.
Incredible career for the MIG, winningest all-time rider in the history of this racetrack, as we showed you earlier, as we say our goodbyes to this special track here and the great history here in the city of New York. Brought to you by Claiborne Farm here, and Saturday, Sunday, 2 days where we will take that celebration to the next level and come out if you can to say your goodbyes.
I can still remember it watching the Wood when the MIG won with Eternal Prince beat some very good horses, including Proud Truth was in that race. An excellent race. I remember being on the second floor of the first main floor, watching on the TV when the MiG won that race.
Fourth race is going to kick off the late pick 5. Interesting race, including this one here. Getting on turf for the first time. Dirt speed for Munnings Express. What will we get on grass? Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see her try the turf today for Munnings Express, who has been dazzling on the dirt in her last few starts. And I remember interviewing Linda Rice after her most recent win and asking if stakes races could be in the future for her. And she said, yes, I think there are a few other options. And she didn't mention dirt at the moment, or excuse me, mention turf at that moment. But I do think it's very intriguing to see them trying the grass, because this filly has a ton of turf pedigree. She's by Munnings, who absolutely can have turf runners, particularly turf sprint. The Dam was a 6-time turf winner. 40 Ann was a very talented runner, and she's been a decent producer as well. 2 out of the 4 siblings were winners, both of them on grass. And this filly has a massive flat turf hoof, like a pancake that we talk about. Slacker pasterns to her as well. She's always been athletic and imposing, but she has all of the makings from physical and pedigree to suggest that she should like the turf. And it will be really interesting to see if she translates that dirt sprint speed to the grass, because she could be the one that's controlling things early on in this race. Now, the number 3, Leslie's Humor, does come back off of a layoff, not having run since October. She won her last 2 starts, and she is a horse that can put herself in a nice stalking position, which is always to her benefit. She comes back looking incredibly fit. She's not the biggest, most imposing type as a mare now, but she does look very defined for her return to the races. And she is a horse that took maybe a start off of the layoff last year. She got started a bit later in the season last year, coming back in August. So wondering if that might be the case, but she does look very ready off the bench. And with her last 2 starts, she is in many ways the one to beat coming back in here, as she'll try to make it 3 wins in a row with that layoff in between. The number 5, Ready to Jam, comes out of the Intercontinental, which was just wired by Roja. There was no movement in that race. Horses were getting very comfortable on the front end, particularly in sprint races, and Ready to Jam kind of got shuffled back early, and she never really looked to me like she was moving as comfortably or getting into stride throughout the running of that race. And like I said, there wasn't much movement in it. So I'm curious to see her coming out of Stakes Company, and second time for Brad Cox. I'd seen her previously with Mark Cassey, and also looked at her at the Keeneland November sale, where she sold to her new connections for $500,000. And she's a horse that's always been very light in her hind end, always very angular. And sometimes as she doesn't get out of the gate as well, or maybe get her feet underneath of her stride as comfortable, that's been a bit of her Achilles heel. And I didn't cover the Intercontinental, but from what I've seen from her in the past, she has strengthened. She looks tremendous today as she makes her second start for the barn. We'll see if it is a better affair than it was last time. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. Here is Leslie's, 9-2 on the one we were expecting to be the favorite.
Betting is very strange in this race, and right now, listen, but we've also seen the board be wrong. They were certainly wrong in today's first race. I don't know. I'm surprised. And when you have a layoff horse like this, who's a very logical contender, especially for trainer Chad Brown, you would expect the horse to take the money. She is very, very closely tied to the 1 in the double payout. I think she's $1 shorter. I expected her to be favored in here. I'm not sure. I picked Lay Ray third. I'm not going to be surprised if she wins this race. For the life of me, I cannot figure out why she's taking so much money.
She should not be 7-5. Any concern with Leslie's Humor and that she didn't run great off the bench in that August 2nd at Saratoga race last summer?
Well,
is that maybe a little?
She did have a bit of a trip that day. She was pretty wide. Maybe that's one of the things they're concerned about. It's a reasonable question. I'm looking at the pick 3s. She's an overwhelming pick 3 favorite. The pick 3 to her is paying $194. The second is $341 to the 5. The third is $372 to the 2, and the fourth is $410 to 1 Lay Ray. Now, in doubles, and often the pick threes are a better indicator of the final price, but in this case, probably not. She is slightly shorter than Lei Ray, with the 2 the third choice and the 5 the fourth choice. So there's some dichotomy to how these multis were bet, and that also can happen when you have a $50 winner in there, which is always going to skew things.
So here is the current favorite, Pratt from Miguel Clement. Lei Ray second off the bench.
I guess she can win. She has never won sprinting on the turf in this country. She won at 6.5 over at Longchamp. I don't see why she's heavy favorite. We'll see.
Stablemate next door, Pandora's Gift. Manny Franco looking for number 3 today.
Just not the horse she once was. At least in a recent
Leslie's Humor, 4-1 right now. Chad Brown, her 5-year-old return, I should say. Dylan Davis.
She's going to come down significantly, and I still think is probably favored by post time.
Biggest price on the board, So Sophia.
She's impossible to make on paper, and if she wins, we have a real chance for a 2-day carryover.
Indeed. Ready to jam. Major player Brad Cox. Jamie Rodriguez
I
rides.
thought she was super logical. The public's not really betting her. I thought her Autumn Day win here in October was good enough to win this race. She was over her head last time with a bit of a wide trip. I just think that she's found the right spot, second off a layoff.
And plenty of turf pedigree with the dirt speedster Munnings Express trying grass for the first time.
There's only 2 ways that she's not in front. A bad break, or she just cannot handle the turf at all. Her pedigree says she should handle it. So Munnings Express is the one they have to catch up front, and they may never catch her. I think I was remiss in leaving her out of my top 4.
Ready to jam, meanwhile. Brad Cox. Let's go back 2 starts ago. This was the Autumn Days, the way she ended last year's campaign. It was with a stakes win.
I guess one of the concerns is there isn't as much speed, but she's not that slow. And I think Jamie Rodriguez needs to get her in contention. The pace projector has her third, so she can be forward in here. But in this race, she was able to make a move from a little far back. She's only a couple lengths, 3 lengths behind. It's not that far back. Thought she ran very, very well in here, and I thought a repeat of this performance would make her tough in here. I'm surprised she's 4-1, but maybe I'm seeing the race wrong. It's not an easy race. She's just not getting bet. As they're sort of massing down below, I'm
Pandora's Gift?
What am I missing? I mean,
at 5-2.
Last year, she should have been the favorite in this race, but her form this year is not good. Why is she getting bet?
Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at your favorite in Lei Ray to the inside, as she does come out of a stakes try in the very one last time out. And it was her first race off of the layoff. And they went to Laurel Preakness weekend thinking that there was a chance that there would be a little bit of cut in the ground, because she does really love that. Obviously, she'll get a very firm turf course to navigate over here today. And she's run well on firm before. And she's a little bit of an interesting type of mare, because over in Europe, yes, she was effective sprinting at 6.5 furlongs. And she's one of those horses that probably will love when we get back to the new Belmont Park and you have 6 or 7 furlongs to run for those turf sprint races, because she's a little bit in between. And that's been the challenge and why she hasn't sprinted at Saratoga, because while she is a little bit more compact and sprint looking, 5.5 types of races are just a bit short for her. And that might have been the case last time out as well. She was off the bench, she was forward, she was flat late, but the winner, Sana, wired the field and came back to improve her buyer and run a 92 in her subsequent start. Both horses coming out and improving first and third place finishers. So I am interested to see her sprint on the turf in America for the first time, as she is built that way, like I said, and she's been sharp. This is also the strongest that she has looked off of the layoff as well. The number 2, Pandora's Gift. Now, she has been, yes, a bit of a challenge, especially coming back, because she trains like a horse with plenty of enthusiasm still to do her job and to race, and unfortunately just hasn't really shown, at least this year. Tried blinkers last time. She did get a touch keen early on with feedback from Manny Franco, so they do come off in here. She finished third that day, as she was able at least to show a little bit more than she had at Keeneland prior. This is a big day for her to see if she can step forward and show that she can still do it. She certainly looks the strongest that she has. Now third off the layoff, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. This is wild, this wagering.
Yeah, it's strange. I still think by post time Leslie's Humor will be favored. She seems to be favored in in every pool you look at, except for the win pool, it's a little bit strange. The 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 are basically all the same price. I could never have seen that happening, but now the 1 and 3 are 5 to 2. I guess the 1 Le Ray, it's a lot of Flavien Prat money. I mean, not that she's impossible, and she is stake-faced. You know, she's been running in nothing but stakes. It's the first time, actually, in this country she has not been in a stake race. Is that a handicapping thing you look at? I do not.
Look, she's faced even the filly who beat her last start, undefeated, 4 for 4 in the grass. I mean, that was tough company, no question.
I agree, but the rest of them were just okay.
Here's the one that we still expect to see come down more, Leslie's Humor.
She just backflashed to 3 to 1. I hate the backflash. I think Leslie's Humor is dead on the board. I'm going to declare Leslie's Humor dead on the board. It's my position. I'm sticking with it.
Meaning that this is a bad sign?
Somebody know, yes. Yes, I think it's a bad sign she's this price. I may turn out to be completely wrong. Won't be the first or last time, but she is being bet like she ain't going to run today. She just doesn't make sense. Pick 3, she's a huge favorite. Double, a slight favorite. It's the same price as Pandora's Gift. Seriously?
That, to me, the biggest shock on this board is the 2.
Yes,
without question.
I agree with you. I agree.
How in the world is Pandora's Gift that price?
I don't get it either. She's the same price as the 5 and 6, particularly the 5. I don't know. I'm now the 3 went down to 5 to 2. Now the 3's favored.
Normalcy setting in late.
I guess. I don't know. As Lenny used to say, it's guppy money. The old late guppy money. The dead in the ward horse taking all that money at the end.
Tough one to start off this late pick 5. We had a huge price to start this massive carryover. 24 to 1, Roseburn's Dream. Dominic Schettino, Edgar Zayas. And a long way still to go where a lot of people burned up, if they're still alive, coverage probably to get that big long shot.
Well, if Sophia somehow wins this race, we may well be looking at a triple carryover tomorrow, but that seems a little unlikely. But then again, the last winner seemed a little unlikely.
Late pick 5 starts here, keeping our eyes on this pick 6 carryover. Leg 2 coming up after a 24 to 1 start. Chris Griffin with the call here, closing week of Aqueduct.
Munnings Express. All set. And they're off. Ready to Jam broke well. So did Sophia in between horses. And now Heart Sent at the rail. That's going to be Pandora's Gift. So Pandora's Gift is going to muscle on through. Munnings Express has got early speed too. Tightly bunched up front. At the rail, it's Pandora's Gift, but Munnings Express is now tugging to the front, has taken the lead, is up by a half length. Sticking in the 2 path there is Sophia. These 3 on the front end as they move into the far turn, 22.22 for the opening quarter mile. Just in behind them, at the rail, Leslie's Humor, ready to jam to the outside of that rival, and the trailer, Lorray. They're well into the far turn now, and Munnings Express goes at it with Pandora's Gift to the inside. Here comes Ready to Jam, is towards the outside, trying to rally on, tips out wide. Down at the rail, that's Sophia. Losing some ground there was Leslie's Humor. And Lorray starts to roll from the back as the gray on the grandstand side. Munnings Express is trying to push on by. Pandora's Gift is now defeated. Here come the closers to the outside. It's Lorray who's trying to catch Munnings Express and now bursting on through. Here comes Leslie's Humor. Leslie's Humor re-rallies and Leslie's Humor won it. Leslie's Humor over Lorray. Then came Munnings Express and Ready to Jam in a photo with Pandora's Gift.
Leslie's Humor off the bench. She's won 3 in a row now. Dylan Davis for Chad Brown.
She ended up the slight favorite, but this is the day of they didn't know. Because they didn't bet the Chad Firster in the first race that won. She looked like the money was right in the turn, right? She was dropping back like she was going to be dead last. And she came back on as the race collapsed in the late stages. And she gets it done. Munnings Gift was sort of gingerly ridden towards the front end, and not what was a huge fast pace in 6 furlong turf races. And the best horse ended up getting it done as Leslie's Humor outgames Le Ray. And we'll still never know why Pandora's Gift was taking so much money.
That was bizarre. Back to Horseshoe Indy. Here's a look at Forever Release. Start number 2, blinkers go on, and this state-bred maiden special weighted 5 furlongs. The 2, Evening Charm.
Yes, like most of the firsters, there's no pedigree to speak of.
20 to 1 here, Pioneer Sky, blinkers on.
Seems like an underlay. Daughter of Skylord. You love those Skylords.
Debuter JoJo Justice.
Half to 6 horses that ran that could not run at all.
Gremlin Hunter, first-time starter.
Like to see the sire Calculator standing in Indiana. First foal from a dam that did no running.
Much the horse to beat based off the debut. Looks like Laney.
43 buyer probably gets the money here. Looks like Speed.
Beaten favorite, first out, only beat a half length and well clear of Forever Release. Here's Fired Up Justice, Aaron West.
I was going to bet a couple bucks. I bet this one. 3 of the foals ran buyer figures in the 60s, which actually qualifies as big pedigree in this race.
Strawberry Kisses debuts.
Nothing to recommend.
And Mitch Murrell on Big Time Justice.
3 foals from this dam ran buyer figures in the 30s and 40s, but is taking some money.
Post time coming up. Race 2 starts at pick 4. Let's check in with Rachel McLaughlin.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Andy. We are had a little bit of rain earlier, but we're warm now. It's a little muggy out here today, but as you can see, our track did get a little bit of a rainstorm today. It was fast yesterday, but coming in today, I got the text that got a pop-up shower. So it's muddy, but the grass needed it because it was really hot yesterday. So we're looking really good going towards these races today here in Indiana. I'm going to start with the 6. Looks like Laney. I just heard you guys. Obviously looks like the one to beat. Put up really good speed numbers on the debut, obviously. So good percentages for Gennaro Garcia. He's second in the standings to Randy Klopp here. The trainer of the 6 looks like Laney. Early speed flash last time. I mean, there's really not much else to say about her other than, you know, she just looks like she's going to take it here. Now, I would be tickled to death if the 7 upset her at 5 to 1. I'm looking at the first-time starter, Fired Up Justice. Aaron West has 2 in here. Gennaro Garcia also has 2 in here. But I love the damn She Fox on here. I looked her up. She has 3 winners from 3 starters, so she's thrown nothing but successful babies. And 2 of her stakes winners were Spirited Justice, a half-sibling, won the 2025 Back Home Again in Indiana stakes here. And then also Elegant Justice won the Back Home Again in Indiana in 2024. So she's got 2 stakes-winning siblings, and I just think that she looked really good in the paddock as well. The 2 and the 3 were a little bit overly excited for me, but the 7 was just the amount, the right amount for me. Her ears were pricked. She was looking around, got a little excited when the jockey got on her back, but as soon as they started moving, she looked like she was a woman with a purpose. So I really just liked her energy in the paddock. And then I'm gonna look at the 1 on the rail, Forever Release as well. 3rd on debut looked good. This is the other Gennaro Garcia debut horse that he's got in here, not making the debut, but her 2nd lifetime start. I'm gonna tell you guys, Marcelino Pedroza has been on a tear in the last probably 2 weeks of racing. He had a double yesterday. He had a double a few days before that. He's really heating up right now. So Marcelino on the rail is also tough. And like, you know, you guys pointed out, this one's adding blinkers too, which can be a big, big change for these young horses. I'm gonna go 617 in here. Do have an honorable mention of the 9, Mitchell Murrell, Big Time Justice. Goodness gracious, that horse looked good on the track coming down. Looked very powerful for a 2-year-old filly. These Justice breds, though, they do so good here in Indiana. I wouldn't be shocked if any of them make a very nice show of themselves. There's one in the 4, JoJo Justice, as well. Horses have started to head to the gate here, and I'm going to throw it back to you guys to get started on this 2nd race here in Indiana.
Rachel, thank you. Favorite at 4 to 5. Looks like Laney, deserving favorite. 2nd, beat a half length in that debut. Set the pace in that race before tiring late, and was well clear of Forever Release, the 1, who's at 5 to 1 in here.
I think it's interesting that the only firster, I guess the 9's taking a little bit of money as well, that's taking money is the one whose dam has produced the best horses relative in this field. So the 7, Fire Up Justice, interests me, but the 1 horse with experience, the 6, the one of a few with experience, is the horse to beat.
John Dooley with the call. Here is race 2, Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Strawberry Kisses went in okay. Hannah Leahy, Pioneer Sky. What was it, 34 to 1 odds? The main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis remains labeled muddy. Right now, looks like Laney, the 4-5 favorite. Second here on debut, looks like Laney. 38-1 on Pioneer Sky. Two back, both for Justice Farm. Joseph Romero with JoJo Justice. JoJo Justice joins the cast at 27-1, and one more. Mitchell Merle, Big Time Justice, one of the 6 first-time starters at 5 furlongs. Main track muddy. They're on the line.
Hold on. Wait, no.
Farrell. Pioneer Sky broke fast for Hanalei. Pioneer Sky dashing to the lead from Looks Like Laney, who pursues through the first furlong and a half. On the outside is Big Time Justice, along with Fired Up Justice between fillies, and toward the inside, Forever Release tight at the rail as they round the far turn. Then it's a break of 3 more to JoJo Justice. Who's next as these leaders make their way toward the quarter pole? The ones well back. Evening Charm with Strawberry Kisses and Beaten for Pace. Gremlin Hunter trails the mid and juvenile filly sprint. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 21.98 seconds. They turn for home, and it's Pioneer Sky who leads into the stretch at 47-1. Closing Looks Like Laney between fillies. On the outside, Forever Release is mounting again. Here's Forever Release. Looks Like Laney just leads. Forever Release continues to come full on. For Marcelino Pedroza Jr., it's Forever Release and Looks Like Laney for Amir Mendoza, and Looks Like Laney at second asking repels Forever Release. 6 lengths away, third's a photo between Big Time Justice and Evening Charm.
Well, it was 2 of the 3 in the field with experience who had faced each other last time out. Who run 1-2. Looks like Laney, the favorite, graduates here in the second start.
Yep, able to hold off the number 1 Forever Release, who had finished about 4 lengths behind last time. Made it a lot closer today, but the favorite digs in. This is a guess on my part. Sloppy track, all the running being done outside. Rider dove the rail and Fired Up Justice. Maybe you want that horse next time out.
6-1 on Forever Release.
I don't know what to tell you, Greg.
A little bit inflated price there on that one. Who winds up second here? 4-5 on your winner. Here in the second from Horseshoe Indy. We'll have these prices as soon as they become official. Back to New York. And the start of the late pick 5, Leslie's Humor, makes it 3 in a row. Winning off the bench here for Chad Brown, LSU Stables, and Dylan Davis. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing. Age sale July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today.
Second win today for trainer Chad Brown. She looked like she was going absolutely nowhere at this point in the race, and she just found more. I guess the race kind of collapsed in the late stages, but both she and Lay Ray rallying from 5th and 6th around the turn and getting it done. Munnings Express, he expected her to be clear. It was a slow first quarter, but they sped up in the second quarter. She ran okay, just not good enough to beat these horses.
Splitting horses right there in the victory. Dylan Davis again for Chad Brown. And she picks up right where she left off. 2 wins to end last year's campaign. And wins off the bench here. $7.04. The double, $105 for the first 2 legs of this pick 6 carryover.
Yes, a little bit of sanity though returns in the pick 6, but I gotta guess probably somewhere around 100-1. So what did we say, about $460,000 bet? So there's probably about $4,000 to $5,000 worth of live tickets. That shows you how hard it is to not get hit.
Race 5, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs. And here's that flight line that we've touched on, who is a key horse here in this sequence and may get overbet. Not getting overbet early on right now, not even the favorite. 7-2, it's early, but some big works apparently coming in.
All the money right now for the 9 Perfect Dream, the Jorge Delgado firster. Jose Delgado has the one that ran the 6. This one was Chantel Sutherland, but there's a ways to go.
You get a little break, enjoy. You're back at 4?
I'll be back at 4. Got some friends here, gonna walk around a little bit.
All right, we will see you then. I'm going to be joined by Acacia Clement after the break as we get into the late pick 4 and continue on this pick 6 carryover. And we'll talk about the big one this weekend. Stephen Foster And Hall of Famer Belmont with his big guns, ready to go head-to-head with reigning Horse of the Year Sovereignty and Grade 1 winner Baeza. Stay with us.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's wish has rocketed past. Cody's wish is drawing away. Cody's wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Aqueduct, to me, it gave me my start. You know, I started winter racing, and, you know, a lot of young trainers got started at Aqueduct in the winter time.
It started so many careers in this industry. Aqueduct has a sore spot in a lot of people's hearts because it's really gave them a career.
Aqueduct's been a great place for me. We always said we cut our teeth here.
This is the gritty track. Belmont's really cool and nice and, you know, tradition, but this is the hardcore stuff.
Aqueduct is where we race when the conditions are harsh, you know, through the snow, the rain, the sleet, the mud. It's not for the faint of heart, but frankly, it's been a lot of fun.
The fans are passionate. I mean, these are really, really intense fans. It's like going to the Garden or going to the Met. They're critical of not just the racing, they're critical of the television. They're critical of everything that evolves around this.
The fans at Aqueduct are intense. Let me tell you. You better get up for second for their exactness, you know, otherwise you'll hear it from them. When they run good, you know, they do give you a little bit of a pat on the shoulder, you know, hey, good job, you know, but that makes you feel good. At least it goes both ways. They're like the Philadelphia Eagle fans, you know, in the winter, throwing snowballs at Santa Claus.
Good memories here. I remember coming here as a child with my dad.
My father brought me here when I was probably 12, 13 years old, and I've been coming ever since.
First thing that always comes to mind is that Breeders' Cup that they had here. And boy, was that a great day of racing. And that really legitimized it. And to have it back in New York and to have it at Aqueduct, one of my favorite Breeders' Cups of all time.
it's really hard to believe it's going to close. I'm never going to come back yet.
I'm going to miss Aqueduct. We're all thrilled to move into a $500 million new racetrack, but I'm going to miss this.
I miss everything about it.
Anyone who spent time here, it's special to all of us as we've been reflecting back on our time here in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct, New York City's racetrack, and this is our final week that we'll be seeing racing here before we shift after the Saratoga summer season to that new Belmont Park, we're so excited about, but it will be sad to see this place gone. Keisha Clement with me now on the desk.
Yeah, definitely some really special memories here from Aqueduct, and it will be something that we'll carry with us for sure. You know, it's always sad to see any racetrack closing, but this time it's for a very good reason. Doesn't make sense to have two racetracks so close together, and with the new modern facility at Belmont Park, you're going to be able to run year-round, have everything that you need, and a great opportunity for horsemen, owners, and fans alike, and just really excited about what the future holds.
Opening day, September 18th, but before we get there, of course, an incredible summer at Saratoga and one final week of action to celebrate what has been New York City's racetrack for many, many years. We're going to get into the late pick four here coming up momentarily. Maiden special weight at 5.5 furlongs. It is our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, and certainly some intrigue with the first-time start of the 2 Flight Command.
Yes, the first flight line to run in New York. He's been 0-2 so far in America. Did have a winner in Japan. This one worked 10 flat at the OBS March sale. Was on his left lead throughout, but I understand he's been quick in the mornings according to the DRF Clocker report, and looking forward to seeing what he does.
Yeah, back-to-back B+ workouts according to DRF. Let's check in downstairs with Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we got a talkative group down here. One horse kind of starts whinnying and letting the others know, you know, they got a little nervous energy, and then there's a response. And you know, horses are herd animals. They're used to frolicking out in a field with each other. So just a little bit of baby nerves working on them just a touch. The 2-horse Flight Command by, Flight Line out of Stone Tonic, who broke her maiden by 12 lengths on debut. So there's brilliance on both sides of this family. One thing that has kind of stood out to me about the Flight Lines, though, they come in all different shapes, colors, sizes. He doesn't really stamp his get. They all seem to favor the female side of the family a bit more. Now, I like to see a stallion kind of stamp their foals. Time will tell whether that's an issue or not. Some people feel otherwise. But, you know, if you think about Into Mischief, one of the most successful sires in history, you can look at them and say, well, that's an Into Mischief. You cannot say that with any kind of certainty with the Flight Lines. Horse looks good. Rudy Rodriguez, very good at getting horses, ready early. Obviously, again, the mare broke her maiden on debut, as did Flight Line, who was undefeated. He's smart, too. He's handling everything extremely well and just kind of taking it all in. Do like the signs he's giving out, if you will. The 6-horse Vapor Trail, first-time starter from Mitch Friedman. Good series of works. A really flashy individual. And looks very fit to me. You know, I'm not usually a guy that likes, chestnut horses with white chrome, but this guy catches your eye. Mitch Friedman, very capable with first-time starters as well. The 7, Bet Bold. A lot of people are going to see that June 13th work out of the gate. 46-4, best of 27 that morning at Belmont for the distance. But those works out of the gate at Belmont Park on the training track, as you hear some conversation going on between the 4 and the 9 right now, is that they're just not really truly timed works. They break on the outside rail. It's a funny pole. They kind of basically have a running start. You're usually not as fast as they are reported. I'll take that 46-4 with a grain of salt with the 7, Bet Bold. And then the 9, Perfect Dream. Took all the money on First Flash. This horse got really bet hard. First Flash taking the money. I look at this horse and think this horse should probably be better for a race under his belt, but obviously must be doing well in morning training because the money showed early and often.
All right, Mig, thank you. Yeah, 9-5 on this first-time starter. Second dam was a stakes-winning sprinter and graded stakes place routing as well. We'll get back to this field in a moment. Let's talk about the big one this weekend. Stephen Foster with reigning horse of the year Sovereignty, his grade 1 winning stablemate Baeza returning, Dubai World Cup winner Magnitude, and White Barrio who beat Sovereignty when they matched up in Hot Springs.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing all of these horses match up, and of course, even more so, hoping that we get a chance to see them all line up again throughout in New York, maybe the Whitney or Jockey Club Gold Cup on opening day of the new Belmont Park. But Whitey Barrio, his veteran status being able to be shown. Now, we did see journalism come back in the Met Mile. The race tactics were up against him and going a flat mile as he cut back in distance, but this will be the first start back from this race for Sovereignty, and very interested to see what he can do and if he steps forward, as he is now a horse that kind of has to prove himself against older.
You feel that way after that performance, or did you?
Yeah, I still think he needs to prove himself.
Okay.
I think it's a very good older crop, and I think it's unfair to. He was tremendous as a 3-year-old, but I think it's unfair to just say immediately that he is one of the leaders when, yes, he finished second that day, but I think he has to go out there and do it, especially in a field like this.
Uncharacteristically sort of saw him so forward in that Oaklawn handicap. That's the way it sort of played out for him that day. Of course, now his stablemate with Belmont, Baeza, and a horse who maybe is coming around and coming into his own. What do you think from what you've seen from Baeza?
Well, obviously, he's going to be a horse that many people are going to want to go back to given the start last time out. Just really hesitated at the beginning of the Ali Sheba, was not declared a non-starter, was decreed that he got a fair start that day, and he ran on with a really big effort to finish third, and it was his first start with Belmont as he had been training since a 6th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's the horse that I'm very interested to see because he always struck me last year as one that was going to be better as a 4-year-old.
Here is the Flightline first-time starter for Rudy Rodriguez.
Looks like a horse that's lacking a little bit of focus. He's fast. We'll see how that translates.
Johnny Hockey actually debuted spring on turf.
He was very green first time out. He tries the main track today, more of a Peruvian pedigree on the bottom side.
First-time starter by Idol, who won the Santa Anita handicap.
And just his second starter, Idol. This one worked 10-3 at the OBS March sale. Very high-headed in that work. I didn't love what I saw.
Horse with experience, Hurricane Mo, ran third in the debut. That was at Monmouth.
He was not immediately the quickest out of the gate, but ran forward. Couldn't get up for second, which I would have liked to see, but does get blinkers on in his second start.
Mitch Friedman Barn, first-time starter, Vapor Trail.
If you can't remember the sire Scalding, this is the first starter for him. He was a Shug McGahee trainee. He won races like the Ben Ali and the Challenger. He did have a shoe repair back in the paddock. Looks like he's doing well, though.
Son of former Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Aloha West, bet bold.
Looking for his first winner. He's 0-for-4 with his progeny thus far. This one has been pretty sharp out of the gate in the mornings.
And Perfect Dream, the 2-1 favorite outside.
Cornisha has been stellar as a freshman stallion. He's 3-for-7, 1 synthetic winner, 2 on the dirt. I didn't love how studdish he was back in the paddock. Hopefully he can get a bit more focus. Worked 10-1 at OBS April.
Chantal Sutherland will be aboard. Rare New York appearance here. You play all the action with us today, all summer long and beyond at NYRA Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up, match 200. Get you started right there at NYRABets.com. As we go back to the Flightline, who has now become the 9-5 favorite. Manny Franco took the first 2 on the card this afternoon. Runs for Rudy Rodriguez here. And of course, we know what Dad did. He never lost in his career. Perfect 6-for-6, including. Do you remember where you were watching the Pacific Classic?
I don't remember
That's
where
one of those
I was.
moments
I
for me.
remember
My
watching it.
jaw dropped, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I remember watching the Met Mile from the winner's circle, at the old Belmont Park, and just being like, wow.
Incredible what he accomplished. Every single time he stepped on the racetrack, just demolished the competition. Obviously, a lot of intrigue with his runners, including one that went for $10.5 million.
Yes, absolutely. I've gotten to be around several of them. A lot of them have really good minds, and that seems to be the consistent feedback of a lot of consigners and trainers that I've spoken to, or horses I've seen. But I completely agree with Richie. From my experience, a lot of the Flightline offspring favor the dam sire, which maybe that's just how it will be. But this one's out of Stone Tonic, who was on race with the second dam, was multiple graded stakes winner, Stone-tastic.
Well, let's head down to Mig. What are you seeing from this first timer by Flightline?
Yeah, I will say this, and by the way, guys, I got my lines crossed. It was the grandmother, Stone Tonic's mom, Stone-tastic, that won by 12 on debut before going to Churchill Downs to take on Stakes Company in her second start. One thing I really like about the two-horse Flight Command is it just seems like he's really, really intelligent. I mean, he just is taking everything in and acting extremely professional, which is probably a good thing because he has post one going 5.5, not that long a run to that far turn. So you want a horse that's going to kind of handle things. He definitely impressed me a lot more on the racetrack, just how clear-eyed and intelligent he seems. The 6-horse Vapor Trail, I told you guys I liked him in the paddock. He looks terrific. He's a big price, but I think this horse is going to be all right. Maybe 5.5, and first time out won't be his thing. But he is just too good looking a colt for me not to think that there's ability there somewhere. And then the 9-horse Perfect Dream, where ultimately I landed on, didn't stand out to me in the paddock, although he was taking all that money early. But really made a nice impression on the track. Great balance to him. Just all the pieces fit in the right way. Everybody has a certain idea of what a horse should look like. He's just in balance. Everything looks very balanced. He looks very focused, very strong. He gets a good outside post, so if he doesn't break sharp, at least he can get into the race the right way. I wound up on the 9. Obviously, he took money early because he must have been flashy in the mornings in his training, and like what I saw on the racetrack.
All right, Mick, thank you. That one, for a moment, was the favorite. Now 3-1 on Perfect Dream.
Yeah, and he does seem like he's come back nicely. To Chantal Sutherland, who's touched on, he was quite studdish back in the paddock, and then he was kind of throwing his head around. But as Richie said, he really extended himself nicely. He does move very well. And as I touched on the post-parade, Corniche has been off to a pretty strong start as a freshman style.
Here's a look at the 5, Hurricane Mo. Never hurts to have experience in these baby races here, and Hurricane Mo has that race under the belt. Came at Monmouth. Will make a change today. Blinkers on for start number 2.
Yeah, I ended up landing on this one because of the experience angle. I do think that there are plenty of interesting firsters, namely the 2 and the 9, but Hurricane Mo, like I said, not immediately quickest, does get blinkers on for second time out. I would have liked to see him get up for second, but this is a horse that I do think will take a lot from that first race, and he took money on debut as well.
Had a 24-1 start to this Pick 6 2-day carryover. See what happens here as we get set for the start of our Pick 4. It's the Flightline first-time starter Flight Command. From the inside post, the 2, Manny Franco aboard for Rudy Rodriguez. Manny looking for number 3 today. That one, the 7-5 favorite here in race 5. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Vapor Trail. Two out, Bet Bold. Perfect Dream. 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs. Perfect Dream goes in, all set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Diamond Juan. Quick beginning for Flight Command. Just shoots right out of the rail, and there is Flight Command right to the front and immediately putting 2 lengths on the field. Hurricane Mo is in close pursuit now, tries to cut into the margin. Big gap already, 4, almost 5 lengths there to Johnny Hockey, who's at the rail, is back to 4th. Shoved along as Vapor Trail is now taken 3rd. Out wider is going to be Perfect Dream. Towards the back end of the field, Bet Bold, and the trailer, slow starting Diamond Juan. Flight Command easily got to the front, went 22.37 for that opening quarter mile and is cruising right along. Hurricane Mo to the outside is ready to challenge with a quarter mile left to go. Flight Command, Manny Franco takes a quick look in behind, and Flight Command is opening up this margin. Flight Command just sprinting away. Flight Command with a furlong left to go, giving a resemblance of his sire, Flightline. Maybe not quite that good yet, but Flight Command, dominant in victory, geared down and wins impressively. Hurricane Mo second, then came Johnny Hockey and Bet Bold.
Statement victory in the debut and the first flight line to win here in the U.S. Flight Command, this race was over from the outset.
Yeah, he broke really sharply and went right to the front end, and that was absolutely the key. A little bit green in the stretch, late switching his leads, leaning in a little bit, but I think Manny Franco really did a good job teaching him, keeping him to task, and he's a horse that definitely dominated in this field with a big win at First Asking.
6-5 favorite, and to win by this, look, a lot of inexperience in this race, but still to win it by this kind of margin when you're only going 5.5 furlongs, pretty impressive.
Yeah, and you had the horse with experience and Hurricane Mo, who was chasing him in second and looked like he would be in with a chance momentarily, but just as Chris Griffin touched on in the call, Manny Franco kind of peeked back, and you know that's usually the universal sign for I've got a lot of horse left underneath of me, and that was absolutely the case. Very quick debut for him, nice effort. And absolutely that gate speed and putting him on the front end made all the difference. No one else really did much running.
Did you already place your bets for Kentucky Derby favoritism for next year?
Not quite yet. It's very early.
6-5 Flight Command. Manny Franco, number 3 on the card.
Ooh, by the way, Manny lost his crop in the stretch. Just saw that in the close-up.
I think he just said, I don't need it, and threw it away.
Yeah, that's probably the case.
2-5-3-7, a long, long way back to the horse who had experienced Hurricane Mo in here. And then the one who was getting on dirt for the first time, Johnny Hockey. But no question, this was all about your winner. Flight Command, first flight line to win here in the U.S. after having his first winner in Japan back on June the 13th. Statement victory. Wow, what a performance. First time out for this one. Prices when we come back. Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Race 3 Horseshoe Indy about to load on the good turf. Rails out 24 feet, by the way. This one at a mile. Allowance optional claiming field. It's the 9. The 2-1 favorite right now, Necessity for Riley Mott.
Yeah, as this horse does have some decent dirt form and actually ran in the Inside Information in Graded Stakes Company, finished second behind Sterling Silver in the Rampart. Absolutely on dirt, has some class that she does bring to this field.
There's a look at Queen Sienna, Paulo Lobo.
This horse has only been on turf, both in Peru and here in America. See how she handles the main track.
Calamity trying grass for just the second time.
Oh, they are still on the turf. I'm sorry. I was thinking that they're off. My apologies. Calamity trying turf. She didn't do much running on the grass last time.
Devasa, another one for Paulo Lobo.
Getting onto the turf for the first time as she's faced some good company on synthetic.
Should see Always Wanting somewhat forward.
Yeah, she has speed, and that's going to be the name of her game. She finished second at a price last time.
Here is the favorite, Necessity for Riley Mott.
Has faced some good company both on turf and dirt. Was eased last time out, but ran well 2 back when being forward at a big price.
And C'est La Vie, Charlie, has had issues getting out of the gate.
And that's her Achilles heel. She is very slow early on at the start of those races.
Let's head out to Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's a little breezy but muggy here today, and we've got a really nice field. There's a few scratches, and I'm going to start on the outside here. I'm going to go against the favorite, the 9, and I'm going to go with the 8 here, and that's Always Wanting. Got to look at this horse in the paddock, and I have to say I really, really like her. All of these ladies are very composed. You know, they've all ran plenty of times. Everyone just looked like, we know what our job is. We're going out there, and she was really focused. They kept her with the pony as well in the post parade. I got to talk to Michelle Elliott, who's the co-owner and the trainer of the 8 Always Wanting, and she said that she really likes Jose Gutierrez up again. He is such a serious, very, very business-like jockey. He, you know, you can tell he's taking everything very seriously. He's always really focused. And I always talk about him when I'm on here with you guys because he's not known. He's a apprentice rider, and I just, you know, he has talent. And this horse showed it as well in the last race at a mile on the turf, a nice second. So if she can run anything back to that as they're heading across the dirt here to get on the grass. I will talk about the 9 quickly. I mean, you guys just said it. This horse is the class. I mean, look at these races, been running in graded stakes, couple of nice ones in Florida, and did just put in a work on June 15th that was really nice. It was 48-1, and she moves her legs and conformation, and the way she moves is so fluid. She does look, you know, the best in here. And then the 6, I'm going to go with the other Paulo Lobo to round it out, Devasa. I don't think people are looking at her. A really nice little freshening, and she's never raced on the turf, so I'm kind of interested how she's going to like it because I don't think the 3, Queen Sienna, the other Paulo Lobo trainee, is really a whole big fan of the turf. She put a little nice race a couple back, but I don't think she really liked it. I'm interested to see what the 6 is going to do here on our Indiana grass. They're loading and about to go here, you guys in Indiana. I'm going to send it back to you. Let John do his amazing work calling this 3rd race. Good luck.
This is the 3rd run of the year for the Argentine-bred Queen Sienna. Necessity now the 7-5 favorite. The daughter of Constitution. Seven to 5 on Necessity. Joe Ramos with 19 wins here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Necessity for Riley Mott. Still waiting for Queen Sienna. Two to 1 on the 4-5 mare Queen Sienna. Necessity holds 7-5 favoritism here. Course good. Rebel set at 24 feet this race week here in the Hoosier State. Others standing well, waiting for Queen Sienna still. The view from above, loading at the turf mile start. Starter here, Oscar Quiros and crew still working with Queen Sienna. Well, the rods check. 7-5 favorite Necessity is 2-1 on Queen Sienna, reluctant to load. There's 9-2 on Calamity, standing well. 7-1 on Devasa, and she's one of the Polo Lobo too. Still working with this Argentine-bred mare. Now she's gone all in. Peru raced. 4 times started here in North America. Queen Sienna back on board. Goes Irving Moncada, so 2 back. Joe Ramos with Necessity. And 1 more. Mir Mendoza with C'est La Vie Charlie. They're all in line. Good start for Queen Sienna. Right there. Between horses is Devasa. Here comes an early bid by Always Wanting. And on the outside, C'est La Vie Charlie up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Devasa, who just leads out for Evan Roman, Always Wanting in the black cap, and C'est La Vie Charlie is right with them out to the stretch, and they have 6 furlongs to go. Then toward the inside, the Argentine-bred 8-time winner is Queen Sienna. She was reluctant to load. Royal Blue with the orange sleeves, and she's taken back and settles by Irving Moncada as these fillies and mares go to the back of this good-rated course. Then Necessity, who's just in advance of Calamity, black with the gold chevrons, and Flashware has dropped back to last. The quarter in 24.15 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, and Devasa. She's cleared off to a 9-length lead. In front of Always Wanting, vying for second with C'est La Vie Charlie. To break a 3 more to Calamity, who's running 4th here in the turf mile. Queen Sienna is now in 5th. Necessity is 3 wide for her bid as they enter the far turn. And into the hands of Santos Sanjor. Flashware remains last. Half mile, 48.77 seconds. Devasa leads coming toward the quarter pole. Devasa is a length and a half in front. The closers being led by Always Wanting and C'est La Vie Charlie. Necessity gains toward the outside, and toward the rail is Calamity with her move. 3/4, 1 minute 12.26 seconds. Devasa, 1 furlong away from finishing them off. It's Devasa. Charging toward the inside is Calamity. Calamity's trying to close, but Devasa is defending her turf for Evan Roman. Devasa, an all-the-way winner from Calamity. Queen Sienna 3rd, and Necessity finish back in 4th.
Devasa first try on the lawn. Paolo Lobo Barn with the victory. Nice call, Rachel.
Yeah, it takes some gate to wire, and Evan Roman opened up early in this race, which turned out to be the right move as things got a little bit questionable down to in the stretch. Never really any super threat, but Calamity made a little bit of a dent in that margin. But Devasa, she took to the lawn, and sometimes you see horses get onto the grass for the first time. They get quite fresh early on, and she was able to sustain that speed. Nice performance.
Back in New York, first time starter, 2-year-old by the brilliant Flightline, former Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and his first winner here in the U.S., and does it with an exclamation point.
Takes some gate to wire, dominant victory. Manny Franco might have lost his crop in the stretch, but he really did not need it.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, a dominant debut by Flight Command. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, so pleased to be joined by Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy, Flight Command, he couldn't have been more professional. I mean, he exploded out of the blocks from post 1. Were you expecting this kind of performance?
I thought the horse was ready. I thought we got the horse probably maybe 90%, but then when we got it from the farm, the lady was very, very high on him. He said, you just got to keep him sound. So that was my idea, just try to keep him sound and make him comfortable. I just got to thank Mr. Larry and Leslie to give us the opportunity to train this kind of horse. And, the horse, since we got him, he don't miss a day. Even though, like I told you before, it's in Belmont, the track has been very, very deep. And he was doing everything very, very, very easy, very comfortable. Every time I breeze him with company, he just kind of glides to the ground. Very, very good, smooth horse to be around. It's not that big horse. I think that's why they got lucky. But this it's got a lot of class. It's got a lot of class.
But Rudy, is there any more pressure on you? There's so much expectation from Flightline's first crop of foals because he was so good. Do you feel a little added pressure?
Definitely, Richie. You know, that horse was maybe one of the greatest horses I see in my life. And you know, when you got one like that, it's always a pressure. But you know, he make our job very, very easy. And you know, he's been very well behaved, schooling with the pony. He's no studies. He's just well behaved.
Really quickly, I know he just won. Is a lot, you know, that you got to look at afterwards. But where do you think you might show up with him next? There's a lot of good races in Saratoga for a 2-year-old.
You know, definitely Saratoga. You know, they got a couple nice races in Saratoga. I'm sure he be nice and tight with this race. Like I tell Mr. Larry, the horse probably maybe be like 90%, but I don't think we need to be 100% to win this kind of race. When I look at the paper, I thought we look pretty good. You know, still you got to come and break up from the one hole now. But, you know, it's a nice race. It's over there. I just got to talk to Mr. Larry and Randy and see what the best situation is to get him there.
Rudy, thank you so much. Guys, he looked good going into the race. I think he looks even better coming out of it.
Yes, he did. What a performance first time out, and the excitement of having a first-time 2-year-old starter and what lies ahead. Pretty fun spot to be in.
The dream is alive for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun races still to come, and always exciting when you win first time out, especially in New York, whether it's at Saratoga or here as well. So looking forward to seeing what the future holds, and I'm sure we will be seeing a lot more flight lines this summer.
Yeah, I mentioned with Andy earlier, I believe 124 registered 2-year-old flight lines, so there'll be plenty unleashed this summer at Saratoga. Roseburn's Dream started off this Big Six carryover, $50 winner. Form full in the next 2 races, but we still got a long way to go, including, I think, probably 2 of the most wide open races this entire sequence, races 6 and 7.
Yeah, very tough races.
640 claimer, 1-turn mile.
Yes, I thought that this one was a really competitive and tricky race, and it's kind of shown on the board just how wide open it is, especially with the scratch of Neon Bordeaux, who I know might have taken some attention on that drop in class.
This older male division, look out. A reigning champion ready to tackle you all on the Whitney. We'll have the story when we come back. Nitrogen, so impressive. Belmont at Saratoga week. Aiming for bigger things.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
They approach the top of the stretch. 3/4, 11-3. Now it's between Personal Ensign and Gulch for the lead, and they've opened 5 on King Swan back into 3rd. Personal Ensign, the filly on the outside, gets the lead. Gulch on the rail, remains very close in 2nd. They pass the 8th pole. It's Personal Ensign on the outside, still leading away by a neck, and Gulch is 2nd. Now the filly gets clear by a length. It's Personal Ensign in front.
Personal Ensign, one of 6 fillies or mares to beat the boys in the Whitney, and an opportunity later this summer coming up to see a 7th.
Yeah, very exciting. Some news released as we heard that Nitrogen will be pointed to the Grade 1 Whitney to take on the boys, and it's very exciting. She was dominant last time out in that Phipps, and she's been sensational. She's been a lot of fun to watch, and I think it's a very good group of older horses that could line up in the Whitney, and she just adds another really interesting layer to it.
Incredibly, and there it is, the list. Pretty great company to be part of. But yeah, Nitrogen, reigning champion, 3-year-old filly. Just that performance, and probably Englishman were the 2 that we kind of left out weak. Belmont at Saratoga taking away as just jaw-dropping performances, and it was so good. The boys were going to have to step up to try and beat her if she could do that again.
Yeah, as Mark Cassie's saying, she really loves Saratoga. She has thrived there, and it's not just the track. I think it's the whole training environment as well, where she does really, really well. She's been dominant for sure, and I know they're going for not just champion against mares, but maybe the Horse of the Year title.
Yeah, Mark Cassie never shy to tackle the boys, and that will be Nitrogen's next start, the Whitney, as we get back to New York. And the 6th race, 40 Clemming race, 1-turn mile. Here's a look at the 1 determinedly.
Finished 2nd behind Castle Chaos last time out on a wet track. Gets back onto a fast main track, 2nd off the claim for Ilkay Cantermasi.
Blinkers go on. 3rd start off the bench for Celestial Glaze.
Yeah, we'll see if the blinkers help this horse to turn things around. It did have a little bit of a slow start last time out, but his last couple of races just left you a bit flat.
Here is the current favorite, Linda Rice. Kendrick Carmouche secured landing.
Was wide and far back when sprinting, going back to the distance that he does prefer, and he should be on the front end today.
I know, Andy intrigued by the 6 here. It's a drop in class for 3 Technique. It was forward, trying new tactics last start.
Yeah, I agree. And one of those horses, including Castle Chaos, came back to win, was off slowly, rushed up to the lead that day. I think a horse that could find some of that back class again.
Here's Manny Franco looking for number 4 on the card on Frisante.
This is a horse that's been incredibly popular at the claim box. Linda Rice has had him a couple of times, Brad Cox a couple of times. Now Rick Dutrow takes over.
And 8-1 outside. Here is Ambition, Javier Castellano for Ilkay Cantermasi.
This horse ran pretty well 2 starts back. Was forwardly placed, kind of chasing last time out when going a mile back on a fast track. See if he can turn things around, as he does have a couple of races that would make him competitive.
8-1 from that outside post. 5 minutes away, race 6. On this 2-day pick 6 carryover that started with a $50 horse. We have the late pick 3 on this Thursday card when we come back. Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races in the final week of racing to be held at Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, New York. Before we head to our summer season at Saratoga and then our brand new home at the new reimagined Belmont Park, opening day September 18th, and the news that Forever Young going to be showing up to the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Pretty exciting.
Really exciting. He's been sensational, a world-class talent, and every time he's shipped to America, too, he's run well. Arguably could have won the Kentucky Derby as things got very tight there. As a 3-year-old, we saw him win the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, and so his connection saying that they plan to come over for the Jockey Club Gold Cup and then on to Keeneland to try and defend his Classic title.
Meanwhile, back to today's action. In this one-turn mile coming up, here is determinedly both you and Mig winding up here.
Yeah, I thought that this was a horse that was going to get the right kind of trip. Secured Landing should be the one on the front end. We'll see if they try to employ aggressive tactics with 3 Technique again or somebody else, but I thought that Determinedly was going to have a really nice stalking trip. And I do like horses second or even third off the claim for El Cantramassy.
So 7-2 for this one. The favorite, Secured Landing. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche. With more, let's head downstairs to Meg.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we start again with the one, Determinedly. I just like this horse. He got a good look about him. I'm familiar with him from Oaklawn. I thought he ran well last time. He gets a fast track today. He's checking the boxes for me. I just thought he's in an appropriate spot and a horse that should be well placed from the start. Another horse that really caught my eye, that he's got to get back to some of his past form, but if his physical appearance is any indication, I think he will today, and that's the 3 Celestial Glaze. Just really well turned out, kind of really coiled up like a spring ready to be released. I love what I'm seeing from the 3 Celestial Glaze from the Gus Rodriguez barn. The 4 Secured Landing, I agree with Acacia. This horse needs to be on the pace to run his race. He just doesn't run if he doesn't make the lead. And the warm-up he got from Kendrick Carmouche, he's obviously coming out of a much sharper paced race last time. I do think he'll make the lead today, and they're all going to have to run him down. And I would be remiss not to mention the 6 3 Technique. He's a 9-year-old. He's earned over $1.2 million. He's just one of those warriors, the backbone of this game. And he really looks good for, a senior citizen here, if you will, making a really nice impression for the Cantramassy barn. And I think he's well placed outside some of the other speeds. I could see him getting a really nice kind of trip, guys.
All right, Meg, thank you. Get behind the gate, about to load here. Huge upset to start this pick 6 carryover. It's been formful in legs 2 and 3. But as mentioned, these next couple of races seem extremely wide open.
I agree. I thought there were several horses who could step forward, and here today his favoritism is now actually shifted over to the number 7 for Zante. It's been a little bit of time since he's seen the winner's circle, but you have to admire how incredibly consistent this horse is.
That'll be number 4 for Manny Franco. There he is, stepping in on the 7. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call, race 6.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was Ambition. From in between horses, Secured Landing. Flashes early speed, and at the rail, that's Determinedly. Joining them out wider is 3 Technique is in that early mix, but it's Secured Landing, the Linda Rice trainee that'll bring him out of the chute and hook up the backstretch. Now a neck in front of 3 Technique, who's back to second. Comfortable there in third. Just in behind horses there, Sylvester Gonzalez on Determinedly, and moving forward in the orange silks, that's Celestial Glaze. Center of the racetrack, Ambition is there in that tightly grouped leading pack, is now back in 4th, and that pushes Determinedly back to 5th, and the lone trailer, Frizzante. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Secured Landing controls things. Secured Landing is up by a full length again, has 4 furlongs left to go, just cruising right along. 3 Technique is asked for more, drafting right in behind that leader. It's going to be Determinedly at the rail, now makes a move, and here comes Determinedly after the leader. Secured Landing is controlling things up front, 3 wide, and that second group comes Celestial Glaze. They're all back and forth in behind the leader, who's still loping right along. They're approaching a quarter-mile left to go. Secured Landing reaches the top of the stretch and starts to sprint away. It's Secured Landing trying to win it right now and starts to get some separation. Kendrick Carmouche says, let's go with Secured Landing up on the far outside. Here comes Ambition with a late rally. And also from far out of it, it's Frizzante who's late on the scene. Secured Landing for a final 16th. Here's 3 Technique re-rallying on the grandstand side, still Frizzante. Secured Landing almost there. Secured Landing won it. 3 Technique did battle back there for second, Frizzante and Ambition.
Secured Landing, it is Linda Rice, second off the claim, and Kendrick Carmouche for the win.
And he gets back to his preferred distance, stretching back out to the mile in here today. And he also dropped in class a bit to the 40,000. All of those things mean that he was able to run the race how he likes to, and that's getting comfortable in the front end as he takes them gate to wire.
So Linda Rice claimed this one, and first off, the claim went off as the favorite, did very little running at Saratoga on a track that had some moisture in it. Different story here today.
Yeah, and I really think it was because he was sprinting. He just was kind of run off his feet and never really got a comfortable trip. Going a bit longer, you're able to kind of have a little bit more time to get into your stride and be able to comfortably set the pace, and I think that that's exactly what he wants to do. Maybe it was a tactic to sharpen him up last time and try against tougher, and he was the favorite, I think, by virtue of being first off the claim for Linda, but this is the right kind of scenario for him.
4, 6, 7, 8 finish. As the favorite with the victory, very formful aside from that first race to start this pick 6, $50 horse. We still got 2 legs to go, but I would think at this point that was a race too that a lot of people may have felt so wide open, may have gone all. So a very strong likelihood this is going to get hit today.
Yeah, that was a tough winner to have, but I agree, a race you wanted some coverage.
Here is our post-parade back at Horseshoe Indy. Race 4, State Bred Maiden Special at 5 furlongs. The 1 first-time starter went by, who's the favorite. Here's Cut Across. We just saw.
This one by Cole Front is half to a stakes winner, Toastmaster, who also won it too.
Saw Fire Quick, and here's Tricked You, race number 2.
Does have experience, didn't take much money or do much running first time out.
Junior El Apache debuts.
A bit green, but is taking some attention. 3-1 right now by Calculator.
Discreto Lover went by, biggest price on the board. And here's the 7, Jim's Promise.
This one debuting as a 2-year-old. The Dam is more of a turf horse, and there's a little bit of dirt sprint pedigree in the siblings.
And here's Channel Your Ambition.
By Channel Cat, who was a turf horse as well. Not a ton of pedigree on the bottom side to sink your teeth into.
Post time coming up. It's the 1 favored right now, 9-5. That first time starter on the rail. Let's go to Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm blown away here a little bit. We have a 2-year-old maiden going post forward, and I heard you guys talking. I've got a little bit about the 1 classic vet that I liked. Fernando de la Cruz aboard here for Aaron West. This is a first-time starter, a 2-year-old gelding. Bud's Little Edge the Dam on the 1. Won 2 times as a 2-year-old, did really well. The gate work, I liked coming in. Now, you know, with these horses, I always say I like to watch them. I like to look at what they're doing, and honestly, the 1 really looked good in the paddock, obviously. 4 kind of bucking, jumping out of her skin a little bit there. Tricked You, Mitchell Merle's mount here in this race. Mike Lauer and Penny Lauer have bred, owned, and trained this one, and she did look antsy in the paddock. And you know, we handicap these races in the morning. I wasn't sure what she was going to look like, but did look a little antsy there moving through the paddock. And then I've got a big long shot, what I thought would be, it is one of the longer shots on the board, the 2 here. Cut Across. I just talked to breeder, owner, trainer Dwayne Swingley, and he said, Rach, we're getting in the winner's circle on this one. When Dwayne Swingley, I've known him for a long time, when he's excited about a horse and says that, I take note. He does not speak lightly on those things. So a little bit of luck for him, hopefully, here. This one had a nice work on the 19th from the gate as well. 2 really nice gate works that jumped off and made me look at him. And then after I talked to Dwayne, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to throw this in. I like the price. I like the way it looks in the paddock as well. So these three that I was looking at, I really like. The rail at 8-5 though now just kind of jumped up in the wagering. Looks the best to me here. A first-time starter from Aaron West, who's high percentage here and has been really having a nice start to the meet on the rail with our leading jockey in the irons. Classic Vet has a really good shot here today, I think, you guys. Back to you.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Yeah, 8-5 on the rail runner here, debuting from that inside post, Classic Vet. And she gives out the two next door, Cut Across as a contender, 10-1.
Yeah, generous price. Did have some pedigree and precocity. Just 3 workouts showing for the 2 Cut Across, but 10-1 down from the 20-1 morning line. Classic Vet, kind of an interesting pedigree. Is there were 2 useful horses, and then there were 4 in between that just never raced, and kind of a big gap in the family in there. But this one's by Greatest Honor, which I've mentioned I think is a really intriguing value sire, or freshman sire here. He had a massive pedigree. I remember when he won, I believe it was the Fountain of Youth down at Gulfstream. His dam is the sister to Rags to Riches and Jazzle. So it was like that really big, classic family. So very interested to see what he'll do as a sire.
Not bad. Rags to Riches, first filly to win the Belmont in over, 103 years?
Yeah.
Beating Curlin in the process, stumbling out of the gate.
Wild race.
That was such an incredible finish. One of my favorite Belmonts.
And Philly taking on the boys, and let's see if we see something like that in the Whitney this summer.
Yep, and for those who missed it, we just announced a little bit earlier on the program, Nitrogen going to be tackling the boys. That's going to be her next start off that huge effort in the Ogden Phipps. We'll face the boys in the Whitney this summer at Saratoga, I believe August 8th.
Yes.
So here we go, loading up 4th from Horseshoe Indy, state bred maiden special weight, 5 furlongs for these 2-year-olds. And John Dooley, the call.
Cut Across. Hannah Leahy, J.R. El Apache facing up to the gate. Here's a newcomer, J.R. El Apache. Right now, Classic Vet 8-5 favorite. 7-2 on J.R. El Apache. Yetalo, Angel Serper with Fire Quick. Drew 3. 10-1 on Fire Quick. The starters crew still working with J.R. El Apache at the 5 furlong start. Fire Quick's in. Almost there with J.R. El Apache. Anna Leahy won yesterday's checkered flag with Hot Metals at 108.71. Mitchell Morrow with Tricked You. Jim's Promise, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. co-leads the meet with 27 wins. Main track remains labeled muddy here at Horseshoe Annapolis. It's a fast track. At Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races. So one more. Alexander Crispin with first-time starter Channel Your Ambition. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tricked You was slow to go. Fast start for Cut Across, who's come racing out for Joseph Bilmer to just lead on the outside. Jim's Promise and Channel Your Ambition running in 3rd, going past the half-mile pole toward the inside. Fire Quick running in 4th. Classic Vet is 5th as they round the far turn, just over 3 furlongs to go. Slow starting, Tricked You, green with the white diamond belt, has moved up near the rail as they round the far turn, with on the outside J.R. El Apache, who is reluctant to load and beaten for pace. Discreto Lover trails. The quarter 23.03 seconds. Under a quarter of a mile to go. These maiden 2-year-olds straight and away. It's Cut Across. Charging on the outside is Channel Your Ambition. Jim's Promise between horses. Fire Quick 4th under pressure with the rail. On the outside is Tricked You, and Classic Vet is in dire straits. They come past the 16th with Joseph Bilmer. It's Cut Across. Cut Across leads to the wire. Cut Across won by 6 from Channel Your Ambition. Jim's Promise was 3rd, then Fire Quick and Tricked You.
First time out, cut across 8-1. Rachel giving this one out. Talked to the trainer earlier. Said they're ready to win today, and they do.
Yeah, Rachel liked this horse, and it was a great call. Went off at 8-1, and this one was fastest out of the gate. Went to the lead and was able to control the field. It was a very disappointing effort from the favorite, Classic Vet. Now, maybe didn't love some of the kickback that he was taking on a wetter track, but no doubt about the winner.
Meanwhile, back to Belmont at the Big A, and it is secured landing, winning for the 9th time in 20 career starts, and winning second off the claim for Linda Rice.
Back to the conditions that he likes and was able to control things on the front end. You have to appreciate a horse like this. He's now 9 for 20 in his career. Incredibly consistent.
At this point, can he hold him off? Kender Carmouche in front in the stretch, and the answer was yes. So outside of that kind of shocker in the first race, very formful. Pick 6 in legs 2, 3, 4. We'll see what happens in race 7. Race 7 has the potential to be extremely wide open as well. And I want to get, before I sign off, you're taking that last race too.
Last race, non-winners of 2 on the turf. I thought Heads and Beds it's kind of going to revolve around that one, she'll probably take a lot of money on the drop-in class for Saffie Joseph Jr., and we'll see how she does after being purchased at the digital sale.
2 legs remain. If you're alive to this point, well done. Race 7, 6 furlongs, starter optional claiming field. And favor right now, Mersal, Linda Rice, and Dylan Davis looking for number 2 today.
Yeah, this horse finished 3rd last time out, got a win on a wet track, 2 back. A horse I've always kind of liked a little bit. She cuts back in distance to the 6 furlongs, and this will be the shortest that she has run in quite some time.
Despo's Dream will not be 6-1 at post time. I would have to. We've seen some strange wagering today,
especially
though.
Early. I agree.
But yeah, that
She's
number is going to be coming down. Race 7 at Belmont of the Big A kicks off this cross-country pick 5.
It's got the late double from Belmont at the Big A, and races 6, 7, and 8 over at Horseshoe Indy. A lot of fun action with a couple different tracks.
And with that, I say au revoir. Andy Serling coming back in.
Yes. He just left the room, so.
Maybe I thought he was.
Yeah, to be decided.
But yeah, Andy and Acacia, they'll take you the rest of the way. Mig as well. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday and this final week of action here at Belmont at the Big A as we say goodbye to Aqueduct. And again, if you can, make plans, come out for this final weekend of action.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We saw a good crowd here last week, too.
All right, action continues right after this with our goodbyes and remembrances continuing of New York City's racetrack here at Aqueduct. Stay tuned.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick 3s. Play our new $3 late pick 3 and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I started coming to Aqueduct way in the early 70s, which was really fantastic racing.
I've been coming to Aqueduct for 25 years, and I just love the excitement.
My biggest win was at Aqueduct. I won a pick six that, paid a couple $1,000s. I invested some of the money by buying 2 horses. So thrilling to know that someone like me could come to America and own an horse.
I have enjoyed coming here, especially for the Wood Memorial. There is no Aqueduct without the Memorial.
My father used to take me to this track because he loved this place. But he had to take me because my mother told him, you can't go unless you take your son with you. And I'm sorry it's going, because I feel like it's a part of me, and it feels like a place I can't be with my father right now, again.
I will miss taking the A train to Aqueduct, because that's the next experience,
At Aqueduct will always have memories for me. It's a place I would not like to depart, but we have to go someday.
Could not love that more, seeing some of our special fans and their memories of Aqueduct, and that's what it's really all about. You walk around this place and you meet people who've been coming here for many, many years and have seen some of the great horses throughout histories. I'm Acacia Kawan taking over. Welcome back, Andy Sterling, and that was really just awesome to see.
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing the fans. My friend Roy is in that as well. I either met him here or Belmont, I don't know where. I've known him for probably 35 to 40 years since I first started coming here, and that's the beauty of the track. And one of the fun things about racetracks, especially in the old days when there were big crowds, you always knew where certain friends were. So you could always go find your friends, and that was one of the things that made the racetrack kind of special.
Yeah, it's definitely a special place, and you have some wonderful individuals that you meet here. And as you have often said and said so well, those memories will stay with us as we carry them through past the final days of the Big A. As we're going to take a quick time out, we have horses in the paddock for race number 7. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this. There is Despo's Dream, horse that's a major player and a generous 5-1 right now on the board. It's time for the late double from the Big A after this on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Race 7 coming up next as we have the late double. Best of luck to all of you who are still alive in that pick 6 with the carryover. Was a big price to kick off the sequence, and then it's been pretty formful since, but we're rooting for you if you've made it this far.
No, I mean, listen, the first one was a tough one to get through, even though that was a wide open race. But I felt a lot of these races were fairly wide open, particularly the last race, but the favorites have done well. So we've seen logical results from there. We'll see how it plays out. Still 2 left to go.
Marsal currently the favorite at 9-5 for Linda Rice, as she will kick off the post parade, cutting back in distance.
Slight favorite to pick 3, third or fourth choice in the double, but close enough. I liked her. I worry a little about the cut back to 6 furlongs. She might be better a little longer, but she has consistency in here, and I took her. I didn't think she'd be this short.
There is City Blocks, first off the claim for Matt Cantermasi.
She's going to have to improve off the claim to be competitive here, and it's not a barn that usually improves them right off the claim.
Ilkay Cantermasi sends out Edith Strudis.
She did run very well last time in a tougher spot to finish second. Can she reproduce that race here?
4 is out. Next will be the number 5, Jackson's Dixie, coming out of a wet track race.
Flavien Prat hasn't ridden the last couple of races. He's back aboard this horse, who I guess her best race gives her a chance, but maybe the best things she has going for her are the trainer and rider.
And another for Ilkay Cantermasi, Short Shift. She does have speed.
She does have speed. She's not good enough on paper to win this race, but maybe her speed gives her a chance to outrun her odds.
Despo's Dream, major player, generous price.
Yeah, she rates to come down from these odds. I'm not exactly sure. Now, you are going to Christopher Elliott from Flavien Prat. No knock on Christopher, but that's, you know, you go from Flavien Prat. We'll see, but she ran a fast race last time. I'm perplexed by the odds.
And the number 8, Proudfoot, winner last out.
Listen, we haven't seen her since April, almost 3 months, but maybe, you know, Rick is sometimes careful and he runs them infrequently, and her last race certainly gives her a chance. Another horse who has races that can win it. The one at 6-5 is insane. Yeah. I mean, I picked her, but how is she this big a favorite?
Very short price right now. That's the field. You can play along, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. There is Marsal, 3-2, very short price. Look, she's been consistent. She's run some quick races. Is there any concern as she does cut back to the 6 furlongs?
Yeah.
A distance that she hasn't run in quite some time. She's going a bit longer.
I think there always has to be a little concern in that. You're not saying, and I'm not saying she can't win at 6 furlongs, but she's a horse that usually runs a longer distance. I don't mind a cutback. I mean, but I think it's going to dull her speed, which usually puts her in position, and I don't know how forward she can be in this race. Kind of bogged down inside last time. Not that the rail was bad, but she never really got in that position, and the first 2 finishers just outran her, which includes the 7, who's taking no money. Now she's gone back to 2-1. Somebody's made a big bet on the 7 who went down to 5-2. The board seems to be all over the place. Did you get a shirt from Marsal's part owner, Aaron Yagoda? He gave Mitch Levitas his Saratoga wardrobe.
The mid got a shirt, too.
I got a shirt.
I know.
I'm going to tell you, I might give you my shirt.
Really?
I don't know. It depends. You think Mitch, maybe he had extras and Mitch took them all.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Have you worn the shirt yet?
I just got it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to give you a used shirt. I'm a little insulted here. Have you worn it yet?
Clarifying.
It does not have my cooties on it yet, Acacia.
Yes,
just for that.
2-1 on Marsal as Richie Migliore joins us again.
Have
Richie
you worn the shirt, Mig?
He did. He came into my office wearing the shirt today.
So you could keep
First
yours.
thing. First thing I did, Andy, I stripped off my shirt, put that shirt on, and I modeled it for Acacia and Miguel. And, you know, Aaron is a great guy, and he understands the impact of Aqueduct as much as any of us do. And Marsal looks very good here, looked great warming up. I'm not going to pick her because she's 2-1 now. She was 6-5 a few moments ago. But she looked great. There's nothing negative to report, and she's obviously a major player here as your favorite. I like the 6, Despo's Dream. I think her races have been good. I'm sorry, the 7. I don't know what I'm saying now. The 7, Despo's Dream, looks fantastic. Could not look any better in the flesh. She would get the paddock check mark from appearance. Has been running really well. Her last 2 starts were terrific. And I like her outside draw. She should be into the race well and well placed early on. And the 9, Proudfoot. Boy, did she win me over in the warm-up. Why do I keep on mixing up my numbers, guys? I think it's maybe, just this all the emotion of leaving Aqueduct. But the 8, Proudfoot, looks terrific. Really warmed up sweetly under Manny Franco. Loved the way she jumped into the bridle and galloped over to the backstretch. And she made a really nice impression from a physical appearance, and as well as, she's a player on paper as well. And I think she's well drawn towards the outside here. But I landed on your second choice, the 7, Despo's Dream.
Richie, thank you. 5-2 now, a little bit closer. I think we were just really surprised by the price disparity between the 1 and 7, as they're a little bit more comparable at this moment. Despo's Dream down at 5-2.
And keep in mind that there's not a huge amount of the percentage of the actual pool bet early, so that's why you're going to see these big swings. When the board can be swung by a $2,000 or $1,500 bet, that's going to result in swings. At this point, I think we're looking at relatively close to what we see, and that's one of the great things about what NYRA has done to limit CAW play is there's not going to be those kind of odd swings. So, maybe 3 times a year you'll see a massive late odd swings, and the fact that the entire industry isn't following what NYRA is doing with the CAWs as far as ramping them down, something which has cost us a significant portion of our handle, up to 10% of our handle, but it's the right thing to do for players. And you can say what you want, but NYRA is at least trying to do something and figure out a way to try to do the right thing for our retail, our regular players, and not cater necessarily to the CAW, the computers, who do have a right to bet into our pools. They're not doing anything wrong, but we're trying to curtail it, especially because we don't want somebody that's betting the exacta that's paying $50 with a minute or 2 to go, and it wins and they get $21. We're doing what we can to mitigate it, and if you're a player who is frustrated by CAW players and you're not playing NYRA, you're sending a signal to other racing associations not to do what we're doing. So you're only hurting yourself in the long run.
It's a very good point. Those late odd changes that so many people complain about and can be so aggravating, you're not going to see that with the CAWs being cut off in the win pool. So you get what you see.
And it's a process. It doesn't change overnight, but it's a process. And we understand it doesn't change overnight with players. But if you're complaining about CAWs and you're not playing NYRA, then your complaints have no merit.
9-5, still on the number 1, Mersal, as they go into the gate for race 7. Late double from Belmont at the Big A kicking off here. Chris Griffin has the call.
Short shift. Despo's Dream. Proudfoot. Proudfoot goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning. Short shift. Flashes early speed. Here towards the inside is City Blocks, is going to be forwardly placed, and Mersal's going to take back, is now back to 4th. In that early mix is Proudfoot on the far outside, but the leader, City Blocks, and Ricardo Santana Jr. Short shift is tugging at Sylvester Gonzalez, wants to move forward, is 2 wide, 3 wide, that's Proudfoot. Just in behind them, tucked in at the rail, that's Mersal, and Dylan Davis in 4th. It's a gap of another 2.5, 3 lengths now to Despo's Dream with that trailing pack, Jackson's Dixie and Eddie Strudis. Well into the far turn, 22.63. The opening quarter mile, City Blocks is in front. Short shift is ready to challenge once again, and here comes Proudfoot. It's been a nice journey for Mersal. Right in behind that leading trio, Mersal, Dylan Davis looking for a way through, and the seam opens up right now. They reach the top of the stretch. At the rail, it's City Blocks who battles on. Mersal is trying to muscle on through. His short shift is still there, 3 wide, 4 wide. It's Proudfoot on the grandstand side, but Mersal now finds that opening, and here comes Mersal after Proudfoot, who's in front. Late run here from Despo's Dream. Mersal is now lunging. Proudfoot is chasing. Mersal will win it. Mersal wins it over Proud Foot, Despo's Dream, and City Blocks.
Mersal with the win. Andy's decided it's because of the shirts.
I think he got some good juju. I'm going to
Yeah.
text Aaron and make sure he has a shirt for you. I'm going to take care of that. But Mersal, you know, I tell you something. I was questioning the ride a little bit. Obviously, it worked out, and Dylan saved all the ground, and I'm not being critical now because I was worried looking at her last race that she doesn't love rallying inside of horses.
point.
And it seems like some of her better races was when she was rallying outside horses, and that's, as you know, not even remotely unique to her. Horses are usually more comfortable rallying unencumbered in the outside. But you know what? When you win by that margin and you saved as much ground as Dylan did, you cannot say it's a bad ride. You've got to say it's a good ride. She ends up being the favorite, and we've basically seen favorites dominate the card since that tough win of the first. It'll be interesting to see how much that affects the pick six. We'll have to take a look at what the parlay is.
Agreed. 2-1 over Proud Foot, as Richie had some nice things to say about that horse. She finished second in here, 1-8-7-2. Mersal with the victory, picks up the 9th win of her career.
I put the parlay roughly in the $3,500 to $4,000 range for $2, so $1 half of that, and we'll see. You know, we'll see. I'm going to say that even with all these shorter priced horses winning, with one big long shot, likely favored, I would imagine heads and beds. I still say it'll be 5 figures or higher.
All right. I thought it was a tricky sequence in here, and you
Very-
had that nice carryover.
The other thing is, and it was, because in a lot of these open races, the favorites won, I think especially starting out with a long shot, the smaller tickets got eliminated.
Yeah.
So while some of them may have leaned certain ways, I think a lot of the tickets that are live are bigger plays, bigger spreads. So in that case, I don't think that the 6-5 on the 2-year-old, that impressive flight line, probably closer to 2-1 or 5-2 in the tickets that are alive. So I think you'll be surprised. I'll bet you this lowest payout for $1 is in the $12,000 to $15,000 range.
We'll see how it plays out. One more leg to go in the pick six. Race 7 goes to Mersal, though. Dylan Davis aboard as she picks up the 9th win of her career, that 6-year-old mare. Back over to Horseshoe Indy, race 5 coming up next, a mile on the turf in this maiden special weight. Right now it's the number 11. Forget About You, who is currently the favorite for Brendan Walsh coming in from Gulfstream. The number 1, Paradise Perfection, kicks off the post-parade, though. There's the 2, Mohawk Moon.
The other one for Brendan Walsh, who hasn't run that badly in some of her turf races.
Excuse me, blinkers coming off. First time starter, Gimme Some Lovin'.
I'm so glad she made it. I couldn't help myself.
Great song, by the way. Spencer Davies group.
Yes, I saw Spencer Davis play with the Dead and play that.
Oh, wow.
But the
That's
Welcome
cool.
to the Canteen, the live traffic song that has Gimme Some Lovin' and Dear Mr. Fantasy is one of the
That's
great
amazing.
recordings ever.
We got sidetracked. There's the 5, Pampered.
How is this horse a huge price?
Yeah.
I thought this horse ran okay first time out in Saratoga last summer.
Debuted with Todd Pletcher's a 2-year-old in Saratoga. I agree. There's Amazon time going by. First time starter, Holly Pop.
Yeah, there's just no pedigree to speak of
Coming in
that I
for
saw.
Doug O'Neill. There is the number 8, More Than Hope. First time on the turf.
Another one. She's a more than ready, so there is pedigree there, but not a lot on the damn side for Bill Morey.
Big price on Summer Date. She'll try the grass.
She's actually the one with big pedigrees after 3 turf winners. And Essential Quality isn't, she's had some turf winners. This is a kind of an interesting long shot.
Forget About You for Brendan Walsh, the favorite.
She got about as bad a ride as you can give a racehorse in her last race. She's the horse to beat, but is she an even money shot?
Yeah, and let's go Barbie on the outside, getting back to the grass.
No, the grass race was good enough to say this horse has a chance in here.
Well, that's the field. Fun maiden special weight on the grass. Let's check in with Rachel.
You guys distracted me too, Acacia, because as soon as you said, give me some lovin', I sang it. I'm not going to do it to give anybody any ammunition against me, but I sang it, and then you said it's a good song, so that was definitely my thoughts as well. I'm going to go with 11, 2, and 4 in here, specifically just because I talked to the jockeys. I got a really good jockey report today. Forget About You, the 11, for Brendan Walsh. I talked to Alberto Burgos, and I agree. That last race, not a very good trip, ride, none of it. I think that it was totally from the beginning like that. And I actually talked to Burgos, and he said, I was told that he just wants a clean break. Be sure to get him out as best you can, keep her calm, and run back to her second race. Even though that was off the turf, she showed some form in there, obviously. So We're going to go with the 11 on top, and Burgos seemed confident in his ride, the jockey on the 11. Then I'm going to go to the 2, Mohawk Moon. Declan Cannon, I affectionately call him Decky. Decky always takes care of me when I have questions about his instructions. He's always really forthcoming, and he said, Rach, I'm going to tell you the truth. I've never ridden this one, obviously. I haven't even gotten on her in the mornings. But he said, hold on, I'll be right back. He went and talked to the connections and said, I didn't watch the race, but they mentioned 2 back. I did watch that race, bumped after the start. Yes, definitely got into a lot of trouble on the debut as well. But he did say even after that bump, that was a nice race on March 1st. Looked good in there, and I agree. The connections made sure to mention that and said if you can just run back to that and improve off of what she's learned so far, I think Mohawk Moon has a really good chance and is at 6-1. They're heading over from the dirt to the turf right now, so I'll just comment on Woojude. The 4 did not jump off the page at me, but man, when I went into the paddock, does that horse look amazing. That horse looks turfy, it looks long, it looks lean, and it looks like she feels good as well. Also, Santos Sanger said that obviously the drop down in class is going to improve her, and he's going to try to take her to the lead this time if it works out. He said maybe depending on how the break goes, I'm thinking about maybe taking her to the lead today. 11-2-4 for me here. They're heading to the gate. We're going to send it to John for the 5th.
Turf win on the card. Angel Serpa with Amazon Time taking her position within the starting gate. Declan Cannon with Mohawk Moon loading up. Joe Ramos, give me some lovin'. Jose Gutierrez, first-time starter Holly Pop went it well. Give me some lovin'. Five of the 11 have moved into the starting gate. Santos Sanjor, Wajud in the Shadwell Stable Silks, Royal Blue with the white epaulets. Rodney Prescott Pampered drew 5. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with More Than Hope has moved into the starting gate. Pampered joined. Course here, good. Rebel set at 4 feet here on this Caesars course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Summer date with Fernando de la Cruz, Alberto Burgos, Forget About You like Mohawk Moon, both here for Brendan Walsh in the maiden. And one more. Here's Let's Go Barbie, Alex Achard for Riley Mott. They're rolling. They're off. Mohawk Moon, Paradise Perfection away well from the rail. Here's an early bid by Amazon Time, who's up with these leaders, and Holly Pop joins as they make their way past the awning with Evan Roman. Paradise Perfection to the early lead from right there, Amazon Time, and on the outside, Holly Pop, and they have 6 furlongs to run as they enter the first turn. And then on the outside, Let's Go Barbie, and the red cap is running in 4th. Toward the inside, Summer Date took back off of heels and settles now for Fernando de la Cruz. As these leaders go to the back of the course, on the outside is Mohawk Moon in a white cap. Summer Date taken back to settle. Then on the outside, Forget About You, who's next, going past the half-mile pole. First run since Saratoga for Pampered, who's in the back half, along with Gimme Some Lovin' and More Than Hope. And Wajud is last of 11. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 22.79 seconds, half, good turf, 48.41. They enter the far turn, and Paradise Perfection continues to lead them at 85-1. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Amazon Time starting to narrow the margin. Paradise Perfection and Amazon Time. Long odds both. They're tracked by Let's Go Barbie, who's right there handy for Alex Achard. Mohawk Moon is gearing up, and on the outside, a sweep by Forget About You as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.36 seconds. Paradise Perfection narrowly. Here's Let's Go Barbie, who burst through to take up the running down toward the final 16th. And on the outside, Forget About You is staying on for Alberto Burgos. Forget About You out to the maiden fillies ranks. Beats Let's Go Barbie by 2. Summer Date gained 3rd, and then Mohawk Moon and Gimme Some Lovin'. Wajud followed them.
Forget About You delivers as the favorite, coming in from an adventurous trip last time out at Gulfstream, and gets the win today.
Got the opposite trip today. A great ride, saving ground in the first turn from an outside post, angling out late in the race, getting it done. I thought Alex Achard rode the Let's Go Barbie terrifically, splitting horse in the stretch, and almost pulled off the upset. this horse. I mean, if you watched this horse's last race, you knew this was the horse to beat.
Forget About You with the victory, 11-12 in the 5th at Horseshoe Indy. Wrapping up what's been a tremendous experience at Aqueduct, I guess you could say, and we love our fans here at the Big A. They come for the love of racing, and they are true blue in all kinds of weather. We certainly remember all of those special moments.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we owe you some prices from Belmont at the Big A. Our Winner Circle lead-in is brought to you by the excuse me? No, it's not. The number one, Mersal, with the victory. Is Aaron Yagoda wearing one of the T-shirts?
Our Winner Circle is brought by Aaron Yagoda's T-shirts. No, he is not. That's him with Linda.
No, he's dressed nicely.
I'm going to get you a T-shirt. I'm going to do the last thing I do.
That's the theme here.
Text him
Mersal
right now.
gets the victory for Linda Rice. Cut back in distance, and you brought up a good point that maybe she didn't love closing inside of horses, and it was a decent-sized gap, but still, she had to knife between horses in the stretch, and she was game to do so. She saved all the ground under Dylan Davis, and she was just best in here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it would be moronic to criticize Dylan because she won by a very narrow margin while saving all the ground. And it's just a thought. I'm not saying I'm right. It just didn't seem like she ever really rallied that strongly in last time out, but maybe I'm just looking at it wrong because she ran a fast enough race and ran well. And listen, when you win by a head and you saved all the ground, the jockey deserves a lot of credit.
606, $6 winner in race 7, 187 in the 7th race, as pretty formful as we've talked about throughout that pick six follow along, despite a $50 winner. What have you seen as far as how it should play out into the last?
40, I'm just thinking 160-ish, and then you get that. You get, yeah, the parlay's not that big, but you get that $50 horse in, and it just changes everything, and it shows. And this is a lesson to people. This notion of leaving short prices out and not understanding the importance of trying to hit these bets. If you have 4 of 5 going and you had the $50 horse and you left out the Flight Line Firster or one of these horses, that's on you. You played badly. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. And one big price can change everything. And the lowest payoff is $14,000 with the 1. The parlay itself is probably around $3,000 or $4,000. So
you saw the field for the nightcap, race 8. We do have the pick 6 will pays, as we'll take a look, and it's paying 5 of 6 to the 8 as well.
And 1 ticket to the 4, 405,000,
Wow.
almost 406,000, but 14,000 the favorite. And this is, you know, getting back to the way Steve Chris plays with multiple tickets, the ABC method. His whole feeling is you can be right in 5 of the 6 races and still hit it. And maybe this is one where I'm sure there are at least 1 or 2 people that are alive, if not more, that had all of the horses after the first race as A's, and they picked up the $50 horses as C. And sometimes you hit these things with multiple tickets on a backup that cost you $24. Your whole play might have been $1,000, but the backup is the one that matters. And I have hit them on backups before, and in my opinion, it's the best way to play. Because if you play a caveman ticket, using 1 ticket with everybody bunched together, you are basically saying that every horse you use in each race you're valuing equally. Well, there's maybe a race here and there where you feel it's up in the air, but that's not the way you want to play. You want to be able to have different amounts on different horses depending on how you like it, and I think that multiple tickets, in my opinion, is the most efficient way to play.
Some excellent insight. Best of luck if you are still alive with your pick 6 ticket going in to the nightcap. We have 1 more race to go, Belmont at the Big A. We'll also take a look at what's coming up as we move up to the Spa next week. Saratoga right around the corner, kicks off July 4th weekend with some great racing and some exciting things to look forward to throughout the summer. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. And of course, that's a site We are so looking forward to the Saratoga Paddock. We got a little taste of it through Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and it's going to be an extra long summer this year, Andy, but it's a very special place with some spectacular races on tap.
I'm really looking forward to social media saying that we're ruining Saratoga when it's quiet the second week, as though that's the reason we're there. Obviously, with 4th of July starting that weekend, those races just did not work running them at Aqueduct. So we moved there and we handled as much in one day as we handled for 4 days here. And because it's early this year, we've got to be there for 2 weeks. We make the best of it. There are worse things than being in Saratoga an extra week or two.
Yes, that is very true. So July 4th weekend's the opening day. July 3rd, we have Belmont Oaks and Derby to look forward to that weekend as well. And there'll also be the America 250th celebration. It'll be a great atmosphere up there.
Can't wait. I mean,
by the way, I shouldn't actually say this because I found the best place to watch the fireworks downtown.
I thought we were in agreement that we hated fireworks.
I hate fireworks.
You're going to tell me on the roof of the parking garage, you're saying?
No. Table outside at Hamlet and Ghost.
I was going to say I watched them from Hamlet from the bar. The nice thing of the bar is I can also have drinks, and if it's hot. But yes, Hamlet, you get a great view out the windows.
View of it. Yes, I know.
Yes, I know. I've seen fireworks there before.
I agree. I like the
See fireworks inside too, but that's another story.
Different types of fireworks inside. The Thursday finale for Belmont at the Big A. We'll see how this pick 6 pays out. That's a look at heads in beds, in case you hadn't guessed. Offspring of slumber, as we'll take a look at the finale in a little bit more detail after this.
This weekend on America's Day at the Races, join us for the final 2 days of racing from New York's historic Aqueduct Racetrack. Your last chance to play the Big A. Special coverage kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS1, Sunday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance, as we have the nightcap coming up from Belmont at the Big A, 4 to 5 right now on Heads in Beds, as this daughter, by the way, I misspoke, not a daughter of slumber. I thought at first I must have been looking at a different horse. This one has a European pedigree, but was purchased at the digital sale, and this one makes her first start for Safi Joseph on the drop-in class.
To be fair, where a lot of people mistake Hello Use Maine for slumber. So it's a much more common mistake than you would realize. I think that actually means slumber and whatever.
I believe it does too, actually.
Yeah.
Let's meet the field, starting things off with the 1 Artistic Success.
We'll see if she can be forward, cutting back to 6 furlongs. Is this a bit of a prep to stretch out next time?
Generous price on the number 2, Scorch, who gets back to the turf.
The one thing I'll say about it, I'm not going to say she's impossible, especially at 15-1, because she could improve. But her win on the turf, the 2nd and 3rd horses both had bad trips. She should really be a maiden.
The number 3, Chris Griffin asked me how to say this name, and there are several accepted
Lupine?
Pronunciations.
Not Lupine?
Lupine, I thought was the
Lupine?
win. Yeah,
Lupine?
Lupine.
How much speed will she face inside and outside?
Fifi Lafume went by. There's the 5, Rakita.
I think Rakita is the biggest threat, the favorite, and a generous price at 5-1. Her turf races are okay.
8-1 on Midnight Love Affair, who gets back to the turf.
Yeah, she'd have to get back to her very best race, but you know me, I just feel like every horse Bruce Levine runs can win.
I agree with you. Heads in Beds, first time in Saffie Joseph Jr.
I picked her on top on the trainer switch and liked her races, but 7-5 is a little low.
Big price on Grisham's Law, which would create another carryover.
$400,000 carryover if this horse should happen to win. And keep in mind, Delio Rivera was on the horse that blew things open in the last race on Sunday, though nobody was covered anyway, but that one was a 4-6.
Yeah.
That was a crazy winner.
It was.
The last race, and the horse was much the best.
Yeah.
The horse ran a huge race for Charlie Baker.
It was wild. That is a look at Heads in Beds, as this horse, Broker Maiden on the turf in California, sprinting, put in the digital sale in December, purchased by Madacat Stables, comes here to drop in class, and she was only purchased for $42,000, running for $40,000. Kind of logical.
I believe that this horse was owned in a conglomerate of which Madacat was one of them.
Yes, I believe so.
And it seems like Sal Kuman's Madacat Stable, seems like they bought this horse digitally.
Yeah.
And for people who are saying, well, I don't know, they're running for $40,000. Well, he bought the horse for $42,000. Okay, they have a few dollars in the horse going forward, but she's kind of running where she belongs.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially as we talk often about, and yes, Madacat was a previous part owner of this horse as well. We talk about California turf form versus New York turf form. It's almost a lateral move.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you think their dirt horses are faster and their turf horses aren't as good. We'll see. I think 7-5 is a little short, but she is the horse to beat.
See what she does as the favorite for her new barn. In here, the horses on the track warming up. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. We'll start down on the inside. Actually, the first 3 runners inside, the 1 Artistic Success. This is where I'm going to land. This horse just looks outstanding, this 5-year-old daughter of Freud. Looks fit coming off the bench. Loretta Lindemann does a great job as Joe Sharp's assistant here in New York, dropping down in class. Did Breaker Maiden for 50, but then tried Allowance Company, now getting down for 40, off the layoff. And Kendrick Carmouche, very good at securing position, especially from an inside draw. The 2 Scorch would have to get faster, there's no doubt about that, but I'm just a big fan of Fernando Abreu, who was a longtime assistant to Alan Jerkins. Horses usually look good. Lupine making a really nice physical impression, and I'd like to see her get loose if possible, if she can shake off some of the other speeds. And then your favorite, Heads in Bed. She looks good, just probably a shorter price than anybody really was looking at, but she makes a lot of sense and looks good physically as well, guys.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. Any final thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, he's right. If you like Lupine, you want to see her get loose. I don't see Manny letting her get loose on Heads and Beds, and even Kendrick could go on Artistic Success. But if you like Lupine, your best chance, obviously, is to get her loose.
On the turf for the nightcap to close things out, Chris Griffin has the call.
Day finale, Belmont at the Big A. All set. And they're off. Heads and Beds right to the front and gets there quite easily. It's Heads and Beds, and here comes Lupin at the rail now. Sprints on through. It's Lupin who's in front. Heads and Beds is back to second at the rail. That's Scorch in third. Midnight Love Affair in between horses in fourth. Out wider, that's Gresham's Law. Artistic Success is going to ride the rails in behind. A wall of horses right now is followed by Rakita and the trailer, Fifi Lafume. 22.72. Measured opening quarter for Lupin, and Lupin is in front. Here comes Heads and Beds, who broke on top, just well settled in second, was stalking this pace setter now as they're approaching the top of the lane. Shoved along as Scorch is trying to make up ground. Midnight Love Affair is right there. Gresham's Law out wider. Nowhere to go for Rocky Ta is in behind horses. Artistic Success still at the rail. Lupin is trying to sprint away. It's Lupin who's in front. Heads in Beds with every shot to run this leader down. And here comes Midnight Love Affair. Midnight Love Affair has now rushed on by Heads in Beds, and Midnight Love Affair starts to sprint away. It's the Bruce Levine trainee, Javier Castellano. Midnight Love Affair wins the finale. Scorch second, Artistic Success, and Rakita.
Midnight Love Affair, we talked about our love for Bruce Levine, and this one getting back to the turf, and she came rolling late.
She was terrible in that race at Laurel 2 back, or I'd have been far more interested in her. She really did no running that day. She has one very good race in the turf here, actually 2. She found it again today and just absolutely destroyed this field. 9-1 with the long shot Scorch getting second in here. I mean, I guess the pace was a little, the pace isn't that fast.
All the horses that were forward did kind of
fade. They did, and
yeah.
Heads and Beds, she just didn't do any running, getting back to that whole careful with California horses. And I'm going to say Rocky Tia, it seemed like Flavian Pratt was having trouble with her. I don't know if she was lugging in on him. He obviously didn't want to get caught wide in the turn. Maybe she was kind of lugging in. He seemed to have some trouble getting her motivated, but she wasn't winning anyway. So good performance here. And like I said, never surprised. The second leading trainer in Aqueduct history, Bruce Levine, winning races in New York for a long, long time.
6-2-1-5 Midnight Love Affair for Bruce Levine, and Javier Castellano wins the nightcap. Pick 6 returns $205,000.
Congratulations if you're one of the 2 people that had this pick 6. Only 2 winning tickets, and it shows, you know, how easily this thing could have been not hit. Very easily.
Huge price in the first leg and a big price in the last leg as well. Really made things tough.
3 Technique, who I liked at 9-1 running second. Don't you think there's a real chance if 3 Technique had won this race that this thing wouldn't have been hit?
Very good point. And there even was one horse, a long shot, true, but there was one that wasn't covered in the nightcap. But congratulations to those that hit it with that pick 6 carryover today. Horses on the track for the 6th race at Horseshoe Indy. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 1 Nancy C, who's your favorite, a 5-year-old mare off a huge layoff. And there's Panther's Princess.
I ain't taking a horse off that kind of layoff as the heavy favorite, but her debut will win this race. The rest of them are just sort of similar.
The 4 May the Force Be With You went by. There is the 5 She Show Is, and there's the 6 Dreamy Druso.
Well, even beating 13 lengths in the slop, this horse ran well enough that 7-1 is not a bad price.
The 7 Higher Wish first off the claim, and there's the 8 A Long Winter's Nap.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, cutting back to dirt, though, this horse might be better on other surfaces.
Gone Too Far.
I've done that before.
Yes.
More than a few times. I mean, this is the kind of race, and I'm not going to say I have much of an opinion here because I don't, but I don't understand why Nancy C is a heavy favorite off a 15-month layoff. I understand why she's going to win this race because she ran faster and these horses are probably capable of running in her debut, but that was 15 months ago and she's now a 5-year-old. I just don't think betting these kind of horses at short prices, win or lose, is the way to make money at the racetrack. I don't have any great ideas, and I do think the fig on the 6 is a little on the high side, but it was her first start, and I'd rather bet a 6 at 8-1. Though I don't know what price she's going to close
Even
at.
money on the 1. Let's check in with Rachel.
Man, everything Andy just said, I agree with. Nancy C, 6-5. I don't get it. Yeah, that was the debut, but why the long layoff? Is she okay? She looks great in the paddock, obviously. 5-year-old mare too. She is a half to Toastmaster, who I found out was a stakes winner at Mahoning Valley, so that's good. But yeah, over a year off, I went and I talked to Cipriano Contreras, the trainer. We affectionately call him Sippy around here, and he said that Cipriano Contreras is a man of few words. She said, she's okay, she's all right, Rach, and that's all he said. Now, when he is very, don't talk about my horse, don't ask me about my horse, I know that he's got a good shot. So just take that with Rachel's been here for a decade and can kind of guess what Cipriano is going to do. I do have some insight on the 7, Higher Wish, which I loved the look of. She is one of the longest shots on the board, but I did pull Bruce Murphy aside, the co-owner with his wife, Lori, and Gennaro Garcia, who is Southwest Racing, the trainer, and he said, you know what, Rachel, I'd like to see her on the turf because this filly's sire, Mishawish, has put out some good turf horses. So it's a key start off the layoff. I'm looking forward to seeing how she's going to run here. That was Gennaro's game plan. I want to see how she runs now that we've claimed her first off the claim. If she looks good, they're going to try her on turf next time, apparently. So I'm going to put that one in my stable meal to watch. But they're heading to the gate right now. Evan Roman on the 1, Nancy C. You know, with Cipriano's, she's okay, she's all right. I'm gonna put my mark on that one. But yeah, not loving the price. You guys, no fun to bet a horse at 4 to 5, like Andy said, who's coming off such a long layoff. Back to you guys in New York. That does it for me here today in Indiana.
Rachel, thank you. Had some good calls and some nice prices today throughout the card over at Horseshoe Indy. State Bred Maiden Special Weight here in the 6th. Funny enough, I was actually at Oakon for Nancy C's debut race.
Haven't been back since.
So we meet again.
That's how much she turned you off.
She did. I would have
scared you away.
She debuted with an extension blinker, I wrote in my notes.
Maybe it was you.
Maybe it was me.
Maybe she just, it took her a long time to get over seeing you.
Yeah, it was too much for her.
Wow. At Oakland in April. That must have been Apple Blossom?
I believe so, yeah. Wow. Torpedo Anna was running. Race 6 coming up from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Indiana Breds in the spotlight. John Dooley has the call.
They're on the line. The roof. She Show is fast away. Dreamy Druso going for an early push, and they're headed off by Nancy C., who's come through toward the inside for Evan Roman to take the early lead. Nancy C. in front, leads by 3/4 of a length. She Show is second between horses by a half length. Dreamy Druso is running a third by a half length. Then toward the inside with Gerardo Corrales, Z Force Be With You in an orange cap, being driven from 4th at the 3.5. Higher Wish follows her from 5th. Gone Too Far is a wide 6th. That comes a long Winter Snap, who's second to last, and Panther's Princess has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 22.09 seconds as they round the far turn. Nancy C. confronted by Dreamy Druso, who's coming with a bid. And She Show is running in third as they come past the quarter pole. And then in between horses, Higher Wish, a long Winter Snap on the far outside has come around, Gone Too Far. These maidens straighten away, and the leader, Dreamy Druso. Half mile on this muddy track, 45.17 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. Dreamy Druso, as a long Winter Snap, is coming with a charge on the outside for Rodney Prescott. A long Winter Snap on the outside of Dreamy Druso. A long Winter Snap gains the lead. At the wire, Long Winter Snap won by a half length to Dreamy Druso. Higher Wish was third, then May Z Force Be With You, and Nancy C.
A Long Winter's Nap gets the win, closing from off of it over a leg reary Dreamy Druso, who I know you had some interest in. Andy ran well, just got run down late.
I made a little bet on the 6. I was kind of excited, but the pace was a little bit hot. This horse made a huge looping move, and the key to this race was just bet against horses like the 1. You don't need heavy favorites that haven't run in 15 months. You know, it just seems, especially lower level horses, it just seems like a terrible gamble.
Back over Belmont at the Big A, the number 6 Midnight Love Affair won like she was a much shorter price than she was, getting back onto the turf for Bruce Levine, and gets the victory.
I have a world of respect for Bruce. To have won at a high level in this circuit as long as he had is an incredible achievement. And I mean, you see it, he's the second leading trainer in the history as far as wins at Aqueduct. And I've talked about it on the show before. He was like my favorite trainer when I first come in to the races in New York, and I remember the first time I saw him, a friend of mine said, your hero's over there, and he would be sleeping on the first floor, main floor of Aqueduct there. He would be, Bruce got a long day, you know, you get up early in the morning, and they say, there he is, and there he was sleeping over the benches. I like to tease him about it, but Bruce is as good a horseman as you'll find. He gets it done, and he's not exactly got a barn full of killers out there, but he and Roddy Valente together, man, they used to claim horses out in California. I think Roddy used Bill Spar out there. Yep. They used to claim horses, and man, they had a lot of success.
Still do together. $21 winner to wrap up the day, over $205,000 for the payout.
Leave this up. The parlay's around 1,600. Leave it up. It's around 5,000. It's around 10,000, around 12,000. This thing paid a crazy amount. About 20,000's the parlay for $1, roughly.
Pretty impressive, that's for sure. Andy, was fun as always.
Always is.
Say goodbye. Our next show back tomorrow on FS2 from 1 to 5:30 as we continue our final week at the Big A, saying farewell to Aqueduct, looking ahead to the future. We appreciate you joining us. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow beginning at 1 p.m.